Well, you're very welcome along to Oak Hill in Wicklow. It's the final game in the Evoke Super50 Cup, and we have the Typhoons taking on the Scorchers. A little bit earlier on, the toss was done, and the Typhoons won it. They elected to bowl first, so the Scorchers will take to the field at the bat first. I'm Isabel Joyce, delighted to have alongside me Celeste Rack. Celeste, final game of the domestic season in the women's competitions ahead of a couple of big series against Sri Lanka and England. A final opportunity for these players to get out there and get some batting under their belts.
Great to be here, the rain has cleared and we're set for a great day of cricket. A last opportunity for some of these girls to really show what they can do ahead of this big series that's coming up. Scorchers are off the back of a big score over at North County during the week. Gabby Lewis fresh off 100. Leah Paul in the runs once again, so they'll be delighted to be thrown into bat first and to be able to put their stamp on this game as they often do.
Were you surprised by the decision by Rebecca Stokel, the Typhoons captain, to bowl first?
I certainly was. Having been a Typhoon throughout my career, throwing ourselves into the field is not something that we ever wanted to do. Maybe times have changed. But that said, I suppose Stokel has confidence in her bowling stocks, and with potential wet weather around later in the day, which we hope doesn't come to get us, sometimes there's a bit of comfort in knowing what you're chasing. So I no doubt that was in the back of her mind when she made that decision.
Yes, stand-in coach for today is Ed Joyce, because Liam Folks is enjoying himself over at the Olympics. I'm sure he's following along from over there. This will be the top of his mind while he's over in Paris.
Well, this is the real event, and whatever he's watching over there is only secondary, really.
Yeah, I think he booked it before he got this job, because otherwise he never would have been able to tear himself away. Good to see Laura Delaney as well. She's out there for the Typhoons. We haven't seen her really since for a month or two, since she's played. So really important that she's out there ahead of that Sri Lanka series, and then England coming after.
It's been a long while since we've seen Laura Delaney out there, and all we've seen is her storming around, doing laps, looking on at her team. So great to see her there in extra cover, and hopefully we'll see some runs and some wickets from her today prior to that series, because she is a very important player for Ireland.
Well, the umpires just doing their final checks. Aslam Ali Baig is at the bowler's end, the north end, and we've got Steve Wood at the other end. Ava Canning to open things up for the Typhoons. Una Raymond Hoey, the returning Una Raymond Hoey, is opening the batting with Gabby Lewis. I think she'll feel a little bit of nerves today, because it hasn't really gone her way since returning to Ireland.
Oh, it's always, whenever we see someone either come back or come from the Southern Hemisphere to play, it does take them a good while, even if they're a really quality player, to come to terms with the changing conditions, movement in the air, how much slower the wickets can be. So it's great that she does have this opportunity before she gets thrown into the series to get accustomed to our conditions again and refamiliarise herself with the Irish wickets.
Yeah, it's definitely the conditions, but also flying into the squad can be difficult as well. Other people have been toiling away for a long time, so that adds a little bit of pressure into the leg side. The forefield is saving a single, but nice little bit of deft touch gets the Scorchers up and running. Una Raymond Hoey up and running as well. She's won from her 3 deliveries. And as you said, Gabby Lewis coming fresh off the back of 100 on Wednesday in North County. She did make a joke when I saw her afterwards. She said, well, it's like 50 anywhere else, because the boundaries were quite short, I think, on one side. But both teams had it the same.
Yep, absolutely. And Gabby Lewis will always be fairly realistic about where she's standing. She's not under any false illusions about runs scored in certain games. She'll have been disappointed probably not to have scored more runs in these series, player of her standard, but it sounds like the runs are coming at the right time with the international summer coming up.
Yeah, it does feel like it's been forever since they played international cricket. It's coming right at the end of the season. Do get yourself down to see Ireland take on Sri Lanka. 2 T20s in Pembroke, the 11th and the 13th. That follows... that comes before the ODI series. That's up in Stormont, 16th, 18th and 20th. Tickets for sale there on the Cricket Ireland website.
And as much as we never want to say any club is better than any other to watch cricket, Pembroke is a fantastic place to watch women's international cricket. Perfect ground for it. Great size. Wickets really well maintained by Dale McDonough. and his team, and it's a lovely place to sit on the wall and enjoy the cricket.
I really hope it's a sunny, there are 2 sunny afternoons there in Pembroke, because the wall is exactly where you want to be if it is. Good testing length from Ava Canning. There's such high competition for the 11 spots on the field. That's the first one done. 1 for none are the Scorchers. Yeah, there's 11 spots, because it's a couple of different squads have been named for the T20s and the ODIs. Just 1 or 2 changes between them. No Georgina Dempsey, which is disappointing. She's not obviously playing today. She's got a knee injury, so hope she can recover quickly, because she's been in great form, in particular with the ball in hand.
Oh, she's been in fantastic form. It's the best form I've seen her in her career. She's always showed so much promise and performed well for a player of her age, but it looks like she's really coming into her best. So fingers crossed she can make a quick recovery. But players like Ava Canning, there's a lot more pressure on them than what they might have felt in the past.
Yeah, Ava kind of stormed in out of nowhere back in 2021 against Scotland up in Stormont in a T20 series and hasn't looked back. But now there's other players pushing her. The likes of Alice Tector, who's been included in the ODI squad. This is Christelle van der Schiff. Bowls with some decent pace.
One of the many South Africans that have come over in recent years alongside Robin Searle, who's in the team. They play in the same domestic team back in South Africa as well.
The Titans, isn't it?
The Titans, yep, absolutely. So great for them both to have a familiar face out there. Although Robin Searle's part of the woodwork these days.
Yeah, Van der Schiff or Van der Skiff. We're going with Schiff.
I trust your South African pronunciations more than mine.
If she has a flaw, she just sometimes bowls a few wides, because I think she could probably do with a couple more steps in her run-up.
Yeah, it does look quite short. She's tall. She's got a good physique for fast bowling. But it does look like she doesn't give herself a whole lot of time to build up momentum.
Although she's lost all momentum there.
She must be able to hear us.
Rebecca Stokel in kind of 1.5 slips, would you call it?
Yeah, that
First?
wide slip.
First 1.5?
I'd say 1.5. She's got long arms, so it's like second for her.
A little bit wide, but yes, it has been called wide by umpire Steve Wood. He thought about it for a while there, but decided that it was just too far away from Gabby Lewis.
And it was a little bit breezy earlier when we were walking down. It's hard to tell in Oak Hill. It kind of swirls around a little bit, but often when you bowl the second over, you don't get the choice at the end.
No, well, Ava Canning absolutely has to have the end that she wants with the bowling that she has swinging it in. So presumably this is the end where you would want the ball swinging away. Doesn't look like she's getting too much movement. She's more a seam-up bowler from the bit that I've seen of her. Yeah, and she does have a good Yorker as well. She can hurry people. She won't hurry these two. They have plenty of experience against faster bowling. Gabby Lewis, of course, has played around the world in franchise tournaments. The 100, fair break. I don't think, did she get to play WBBL when she was a rookie?
She didn't get a match, from what I remember, but she did a lot of training over there on the fast wickets, which you often get people bowling front foot no balls 2 meters down the pitch.
Yeah,
so she's probably faced quicker than anyone would out in the middle in the nets. But all of that experience has stood to her in international matches. She always looks like she's got a little bit more experience than someone her age would normally have in international cricket.
Just dabbed down to third. A little bit of an uncertain shot. Robin Searle, the fielder. She does have a bit of a wicketkeeper's throw, doesn't she? Robin Searle doesn't get the gloves when she's over in Ireland, because others get that opportunity ahead of her.
It's a shame we don't get to see much of a leg spin these days. It was
Yeah.
it asked a lot of questions of the batters. It was the slower leg spinners that hang in the air for ages. It's good length there to Raymond Hoey.
Well, it's the end of the second after a couple of wides. It's a pretty tidy one. 2 overs gone, 5 without loss. was just thinking that when we played club cricket against Robin Searle, she warmed up but then didn't bowl.
She was threatening. She was making us all think, what are we going to do when Robin Searle comes on?
It was a very windy day. She might have been afraid the ball would be going so slowly, be blown off course.
Look, this is all sounding familiar to myself, Isabel. But yeah, she's it's similar to what Mary Waldron used to bowl.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to get out to a wicketkeeper who's doing a bit of part-time bowling.
No.
So
She doesn't have the flair of Mary Waldron.
I don't think anyone has the flair of Mary Waldron.
Ava Canning continues. Top edge, chance. Well, the wicketkeeper didn't pick it up. Joanna Loughran was the fielder that should have got it, the wicketkeeper, and she had no idea where it had gone. So that's a real opportunity for Lewis, because that should have been out.
And those are the moments that change the game, especially to a batter as dangerous as Gabby Lewis. Often when she gets given a chance, she makes the other team regret it in a big way.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anyone else in Irish cricket who makes you pay the way Gabby Lewis does when you give her a chance. So just no communication, I think, from the rest of the team. It's the disappointing part for me. I'm not sure if it's that we didn't pick it up because we're too far away, or nobody knew where the ball had gone. But
I've never been a wicketkeeper myself, and I can imagine that they're hard to pick up, those ones. But Loughran, being a fairly young keeper as well, had a bit of experience in the Irish under-19s, but hasn't played a whole lot of senior cricket as the first keeper. It's a tough gig if no one's helping you out and talking to you.
yeah, and with the helmet on as well, because she's up to the stumps for Canning. I like this field for Canning. 4 fielders saving a single on the leg side, 2 mid-wickets. One is pretty much in a catching position there. That's Rebecca Stokel. And there's just 1 fielder on the boundary that's fine leg.
And I agree with you. I think it's brilliant. You can see there that Raymond Hoey's get out of jail free shot is trying to flick the ball to the leg side off the big in-swing of Canning. If she's not given a single there, she's going to have to take a risk, because those dot balls are going to keep adding up.
Yeah, or she can just keep on dotting up.
That she can.
Yeah, you wonder, does she have the bravery to try and lift it over the leg side?
And they're the questions that we will hopefully see answered today, because we haven't seen a whole lot of Raymond Hoey.
No, we haven't seen her in a good... When did she move down to Australia? 2019?
2019, I'd say. Yeah. So it's been a good 5 years, and what she would have done 5 years ago and what she does now, it's really hard to predict what's changed and what's stayed the same.
Well, she looks exactly the same.
We'll see what we think in the next few overs.
Well, that one's gone past Freya Sargent at square leg, but Alice Walsh is very, very quick across the ground. She keeps it to 1 run, and that will close out that over. 2 from it after 3. The Scorchers 7 without loss.
And just on that field there, I actually wouldn't mind seeing one of those 4 fielders a little bit further behind square. Canning gets a lot of swing. Raymond Hoey's really trying to wait on that. I think it's an easy enough shot for her to get it behind.
I think everyone could move around.
I agree with you.
Mid-on around the 2 mid-wickets, and then Freya Sargent should be behind square.
Yep, for sure.
Well, it's a very different field for Van der Schiff. The 4 fielders saving a single on the offside, 3rd on the boundary, a slip as well, and deep backward square on the leg side.
Seeing a more traditional opening bowler field here. Went to the big in swing of Canning.
I'm perplexed by a square leg on the boundary when you have a 3rd out.
It seems to be a bit of a go-to field for women's bowlers over here that I've always questioned.
Shot, but Canning just about gets a hand on it. Good thinking from Sarah Forbes, who collects, but an easy quick single in the end.
It seems to be a bit of a comforting field for a lot of fast bowlers from what I've seen. Obviously, I'm not a fast bowler myself, and when we're setting fields in club cricket for Marion, a lot of the young bowlers will say, I'd like a deep square and a deep 3rd, and you have to ask, well, what are you going to bowl?
Yeah.
Why do you want that? I think the threat of dropping the ball short.
Ooh. Leading edge from Gabby Lewis. It hasn't looked comfortable. Well, I always wonder, is it for a full toss or a short ball? But like Van der Schiff doesn't look like she's going to bowl either of those.
No, she's got a lot of control from what we've seen so far. If anything, just a little bit wide outside off.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I don't know if it's completely necessary.
Shot down the ground. Beautifully played by Gabby Lewis. Just leans on the front foot, pushes it past the opening bowler for the first boundary of the day, the first for Gabby Lewis.
It's a great shot there from Lewis. And as we've said before, Lewis is one of those players that can make a mistake the ball before and then make you pay. As she's done here, in a great position. Couldn't have played it any better. And races away for 4.
It's like she jogged there just to get the legs moving more than anything. She knew that was a boundary as soon as she hit it. But you're right, she has a unique ability to put mistakes in the past and not let them play on the mind, which is a very difficult skill. Usually when you get dropped or something, you're still thinking about it and you give another chance. That's not something that she necessarily does. She's just coming from outside off and across the ball a little bit there, Gabby Lewis. End of another over. The boundary and a single in it, so 5. After 4, it's 12 without loss. Let's see now. Can we send a message out to Rebecca Stokel? Just will her to move her fielders on the leg side a little bit more square for you.
I'm trying my best shot at telepathy here, but it doesn't seem to be working. Although Freya... Oh, no, I saw her take 2 steps to the right. I was getting excited there. I just think it is such a perfect field, but if she was to move them another 2 metres...
Yeah. I think there's a conversation going on here. Freya Sargent wants to go behind square. Stokel doesn't want her to.
Come on, Becky Kay. Move them around. But I just think with a batter like Raymond Hoey, or what we've seen of Raymond Hoey in the past, if you are able to stop that single, it just adds so much pressure.
Yeah. Let's see what she opts to do now. A very streaky looking shot, and Lara McBride can't cut it off, so another single. Hasn't looked assured yet in Raymond Hoey, but rotating the strike quite well. There's a lot of overhead conditions here, plenty of clouds, so that will aid the bowlers with swing. Might be a case of just seeing off the new ball and then trying to keep wickets for the back end.
Ava Canning on a overcast day is never the easiest of tasks, especially when you haven't really been facing slower bowlers that hoop the ball in on slow wickets. Yeah. But Raymond Hoey would be happy. A 1's a 1 in the book, and she's found herself at the other end.
And this is it. That was a perfect length there from Ava Canning. Good big step from Lewis to block it. She can't afford to get too full to either of these batters who will take her on down the ground. And edged and gone. Well, just a little bit of seam movement from Ava Canning. The right length and it just about good enough Gabby Lewis to get the edge. Excellent bowling from Canning, and the Typhoons draw first blood. Lewis goes for 6. Scorchers 13 for 1.
Such a brilliant length from Canning there. As you were saying, is you can't get too full to Gabby Lewis, and that has tempted her. But was back in length enough. And that brings the wicket, the first wicket of the day, and the one that they would have really wanted to be getting. So Ava Canning bowling her big in swingers. And as usual, she's brought the ball a long way back into Lewis, hit the pitch hard, got a little bit more bounce than what Lewis was expecting, and she didn't need to play at that. And she has.
Yeah, I think that's why she was disappointed. She thought, why did I play at that? That was so far away from my stumps. Alice Tector, the new batter in. She's the inclusion that we maybe wouldn't have expected for the ODI series against Sri Lanka, but very much deserves her call-up. She's been given this opportunity at number 3 for the second half of the Scorchers season. I think 50-over cricket probably suits her better at this point in time, with bat in hand anyway.
Definitely, and I've thought it was a huge challenge for her coming in for the Scorchers at 3 in the T20s when that part of her game is still developing. There's a lot of really positive signs for the future with her as a batter, and it looks like she's already there as a bowler.
Yeah, she's only going to get better as a bowler. There's a couple of things she needs to work on, but she's still growing. So you're not too worried about getting her completely set in her run-up or things like that, which could probably be slightly tweaked.
She's really performed in this series with the ball, as we see a misfield there.
And Zara Craig, it's the person at fault. It can be difficult. She hasn't. I don't think she's fielded a ball so far today. A little bit cool out there, and the hands maybe a bit cold.
That'll warm her up quickly. It's always a tough debate, isn't it, for selectors to know when to introduce a really talented player like Alice Tector. I know in the past they've potentially gone a bit early, back in when there was less depth, and now there's more depth. It's great to see Alice Tector put in a consistent season as a senior cricketer, and get rewarded for it.
Well, I think she's been both held back by Cricket Ireland, but also by her parents, who very smartly made sure that she wasn't exposed too early and that she was made to work and really want it. You don't want to get these things too easily.
Absolutely not. And I think now that the with the way cricket's grown and the standard of these competitions, it's harder to get thrown into it too early.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing if she gets an opportunity in that series. 5 overs gone, the wicket in it and 3 singles, 15 for 1.
So it's a different prospect that Van der Schaaf has bowling this over. No Gabby Lewis, wicket at the other end. It's always nice coming on when your team's ahead and your team has gained some momentum since last over.
They haven't won a game, have they, Typhoons, in this competition?
No, they haven't. And it's a lonely place to be when you're playing for a team like that. It's hard to turn things around, but that first wicket, that's got to encourage them significantly.
Just 3 teams in this competition, so does that, do you think, make it even harder when you haven't won a game because you're playing the same opposition time and time again?
I think it's really hard, and that's why it is important for players to come into the competition from overseas. And
up and gone, just played it too early. Una Raymond Howie, she's disappointed. She's put in a big shift and she got the ball she wanted but played it too early. So Van der Schaaf backs up Ava Canning and takes a wicket with her first delivery of the 6th over. And the Scorchers have both their openers back in the shed. Raymond Howie goes for 6 from 16 and the Scorchers are 15 for 2.
Typhoons have built on that momentum now, both opening batters out, and as we were saying before, Raymond Howie has always been strong through the covers, but potentially with these slower wickets that she hasn't been exposed to in recent years and a bit of width there, she's got on that too early, thrown the bottom hand at it and given the ball straight to Ava Canning.
Good to see Laura Delaney celebrating the background there. She's probably been a big part of why they haven't managed to win a fixture in this competition yet. She's not been on the field. Well, the captain for the Scorchers comes out to the middle at number 4, her new spot in 50 over cricket, Leah Paul. I think it's really suited her going that little bit down the order, hasn't it?
It really has, and it's probably not somewhere that you would have picked for her, especially in T20 cricket in previous years, but she's really adapted a game. She's been more of a batter this season than an all-rounder. She's transitioned from bowling all-rounder to bowling all-rounder to batting all-rounder to now batting, and she's scored a huge amount of runs for the Scorchers this year. She's been really important for them.
Well, it's left-handed as well, that always helps. So the field has to move around. Alice Tector down at the other end, the young up-and-comer. Leah Paul just looking to cement her spot back into the Irish team now that she's seen more as a batter. I have to say Amy Maguire looks the real deal, left arm spin. And we've got Freya Sargent as well with her off spin. Bit of a fly kind of slip, a guessing slip from Rebecca Stokel. Third comes much finer. Off the mark straight away, Leah Paul. That's the sign of a batter in form. She's been in the runs. The second half of the season in particular starts off with a boundary.
That was very well played by Leah Paul, and she probably couldn't have got a better ball for herself. First ball of her innings. It's exactly where she wants it, some width. She plays quite square, throws the hands at it, and she's very comfortable there all day.
I think it's the length that Van der Schaaf tends to bowl, but she was too wide on that occasion, and she does appeal for the cut behind. Steve Wood says no, it's hit pad and not bat. You can see why Joanna Loughran was interested behind the stumps.
And it's well taken by Loughran as well. She's moved a long way. She's moved early.
Excellent take. That's absolutely fantastic. She could be just celebrating the take more than anything. Leah Paul learns her lesson, doesn't play at this one. Overcorrection this from Van der Schiff after the slightly wide outside off delivery. She needs to just trust her field a little bit more. She's got 4 fielders saving a single on the offside. As long as she doesn't get too wide, she should be okay. That mid-off is very wide, though.
Very
There's a
wide.
big gap straight.
Oh.
Streaky shot. Well, it goes over that guessing catcher in kind of third slip.
Which I think is in a bad position for Leah Paul, where someone else who plays quite straight isn't likely to get the ball through there. Leah Paul throws her hands at everything wide, and that could be a wicket opportunity, as we saw there.
Well, Rebecca Stokel, of course, is best friends with Leah Paul, so she's acutely aware of Paul's strengths and weaknesses. They're going to put an extra fielder in the offside for Alice Tector. Slip comes out, so very difficult to get any runs through that offside.
We've seen in the T20s that is a tough situation for Alice Tector when the offside is really stocked up. Her strength is hitting through cover. And now with the longer format game, she probably won't want to take risks and do anything different than hit straight through cover when the ball's there.
Well, straight to Delaney in mid-off. That finishes out the 6th over, 21 for 2. Well, just having a look at these squads. First call up in the T20 squad for Christina Coulter-Riley. I think we're unlikely to see her playing, but it's probably a case of giving her some experience, but you never know. She's a kind of a middle order batter. I don't think she's going to dislodge the likes of Rebecca Stokel out of that, and maybe Ina Raymond Hoey. But it's hard to see what the starting team is going to be.
It's really tough to choose, and that is a sign that there are a lot of players in form at the moment, that it's so hard to choose. The interesting thing that I'm noticing here is that Cara Murray is in the T20 squad, but then not in the one day international squad. That's something that hasn't really been done in the past with Ireland, choosing players for certain squads and not others with the ball. So it's great to see that there are lots of spin options at the moment.
Looks Freya Sargent is in both squads. Amy Maguire just in the ODI squad.
Which personally, I was a bit surprised by.
That she wasn't in both squads?
Yeah, I would have had her in both if I was lucky enough to be making the choices. It's a very hard one to decide, but she's been so effective with the new ball in the T20s that we've seen so far. And she's only getting better.
Yeah. I'm just trying to decide who's going to open the bowling. Ava Canning, Alana Dalzell, Jane Maguire, Orla Prendergast all in the squad.
I don't envy Ed Joyce and the team making those decisions.
Well, the big question is, will Laura Delaney be fit? Well, she's playing today, but will she be fit across the 5 games? So she's a big question mark.
She's had a career that's been kind of followed by injury, unfortunately. She's been quite unlucky throughout her career, and there'd be a lot of times where she's played hardly any cricket and then had to stand up and play. So there'll be no doubt about if she's fit, whether that she's ready to take it on. She's a great competitor, similar to Orla Prendergast, who wouldn't have bowled for months and then will get the new ball in a really important game.
That's a beautiful delivery
well
from Ava Canning. She is a bowler that Leah Paul struggles with. I've never really seen Leah Paul get on top of Ava Canning with ball in hand. And as a bowler, when you have that wood over someone, you're very aware. So she looks like she's running in nice and quick there, Ava Canning. Beautiful movement away. Joanna Loughran not able to collect.
You can see Leah Paul's foot has not moved at all there. She's stationary on the stumps.
Good take from Joanna Loughran. I'd like when she leaves I would like her to move towards the ball, even though she's leaving it. Just the front foot towards, get the feet moving. Just be able to judge exactly how wide the ball is a little bit better, because she does struggle. You've got that catcher in there, so she's aware of that. Freya Sargent's quite close in at point as well, probably looking for that catch.
I think Leah Paul's at her best when she's able to hit a little bit straighter, when the ball's going straighter and her feet are moving. That's the sign of Leah Paul in great form. So if we see some positive footwork against Canning, we know that she's looking good. But if that foot keeps staying stationary, Canning might just have a chance here.
It's a good battle, this one. Leah Paul looking a bit more comfortable just leaving the ball go through. There's the fuller one. That was the one to hit, but it was just a bit too wide for Paul. A little bit of a carrot from Canning if she meant it.
A really exciting battle to watch here between these two. Paul has been their in-form player. Wicket here from the Typhoons would have this game looking a little different.
Too short, and beautiful connection. Alice Walsh in the deep, though, is so quick across the ground. It does make you work. It's quite a big boundary. She was made to move square, so it is a 2 in the end. Just the 3 runs from the over. An excellent battle there between Canning and Paul. After 7, 24 for 2. I'm still poring over these squads here, trying to decide what my 11 are out of the 14 in the T20 squad. And if Laura Delaney can't play, it does make you wonder what the batting lineup might be.
It does. It changes things if Laura Delaney can't play, because that does leave a bit of a hole in the upper top and middle order, where she'd usually slot in at about 4 usually.
Yeah, you think Leah Paul will probably move to that position in the T20s if Laura Delaney doesn't play. I expect Laura to at least play the T20s. I'm just wondering if she can play 3 ODIs with an injury. She's got an injured shoulder.
If she does, are you having Delaney 4, Leah Paul 5?
I'm not sure. Not sure between Leah Paul and Rebecca Stokel. 5 and 6 maybe.
Yeah.
Walter Prendergast 3. Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter opening.
1, 2 and 3 are fairly cemented at this stage.
Yeah.
They've been performing very well.
Well, Laura also cemented, but not if she's injured, I guess. That will be the question for Una Raymond Howie, maybe. Not sure how she's getting into the team at the moment. Very much a top order batter, but it's a pretty congested top order. So if you bring Una in at 5 and then Paul and Stokel in at 6 and 7, you need Laura Delaney bowling.
Absolutely do. It's really hard to compare.
Short and wide.
The question is, how do you compare statistics that you've seen from afar of Raymond Hoey in Australia in club cricket with players we've seen day in, day out? It's a really hard comparison. So you don't envy the selectors. All we can go by is what we've seen in front of us.
Yeah, well, Sri Lanka coming. They are a very good spin bowling unit in particular. They do have Jessica Prapadani, the left arm seamer. She's the out and out seamer. They do have some really, really exciting young seam bowlers coming through, but we haven't seen much of them because they played mostly T20 cricket this year. But the likes of Kavya Kavindi was really impressed by her, and Amma Kanchana as well, who hasn't played a lot. Those two seamers, they've gone by and large with Achini Kulasurya, who's a slingy bowler. But then they have such depth with spin. So it's how well you can play spin should be the issue. And we haven't unfortunately seen Raymond Hoey play spin because she's been out too early in the Super Series games that we've seen her in.
Yeah, it makes it hard. And of course, Isabel, for those who haven't been following, has just come back from the Asia Cup from commentating in that. So she has more Sri Lanka knowledge than than anyone else in the country. So
well, there's the reason why they have square leg out. Lots of work for Lara McBride. Yeah, the excellent work from her in the deep. Quick thinking. And good from Zara Craig to go and help out in the deep as well. Let's have a look at this again. Full down leg side, clipped into the leg side by Alice Tector.
That's well picked up by Alice Tector. And as we see McBride racing down the line there, she's done extremely well to keep that in. That's a brilliant effort from McBride. And then Zara Craig has the insight to follow her around and get the ball back. So it's brilliant. And they're not things that we necessarily would have seen as commonly in the Super Series a couple of years ago. The fielding standard has certainly increased.
Yeah, absolutely. And the wherewithal to think of doing that, because basically the ball had to go past her feet, then she had to pick it up, throw it under her body and then fall to the ground. It was very clever and good to see Heatley Tector appreciative in the background, lots of clapping.
Even though it was stopping his daughter from scoring 4 runs.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
My dad would not have been clapping.
Ava Canning to Paul again. Oh, well, floaty, full and wide, and a tempter for Leah Paul. I wonder would she consider batting on off stump, Leah Paul, just to get a little bit closer to the ball.
I agree with you. I actually think it's a great decision. The chances of getting an LBW to Ava Canning in this situation are slim, so we'll just give her a couple more inches worth of room to be able to access the ball.
Dabbed down to third. Just a little bit of length given with a bit of width for Leah Paul. So she'll be glad to get down the other end and see what Alice Tector can do. She's 3 from 9 at the moment, so struggling a little bit. Had that gift in the last over that helped her get 2 runs. That would have made her feel a lot better. Good to see Heatley in the background. He's a man of many talents, putting the signs up now. There he is on the right of your screen.
He does it all.
Excellent from Ava Canning. He does it all, yeah.
So this is my question earlier with Alice Tector. What does she do when she can't score through the offside and she's not given that bad ball? It'll be interesting to see where she goes and what her plan is.
Well, in T20 cricket, it would be quite easy to say, just move to the offside and heave it over the leg side, take that risk. But we've so long left in the game, you don't want to play shots like that, really. So it's a difficult one. Ava Canning, it's probably the best I've seen her bowl, because she just seems to be set on her length, which in T20s, she's probably been a little bit too full early on in her spell, and then she's had to claw the overs back.
I think her identity as a bowler is much more set in 50 over cricket. It's just toil away with exactly what we're talking about now, hit that length, hit that line and make them take a risk. Whereas in T20 cricket, when they are going at her, she doesn't have as many variations or as many things to turn to as what some of the other bowlers like Jane Maguire have shown us in the previous series.
Let's have a look at this shed. I don't think it was close. Look at the angle she's coming across, and you can see all 3 stumps when that hits Alice Tector's pad. She has to be careful it doesn't hit her pad and go onto the stumps another time. Another tidy over from Canning, 1 run from it, 28 for 2. Well, the 2 openers dismissed pretty early, 1 for each of the opening bowlers, Van der Schiff and Canning. Canning got Lewis first, caught behind by Joanna Loughran, got a bit of glove work, and then Canning a sharp chance in extra cover to dismiss the opener Raymond Hoey. So Tector and Paul, the 2 batters out there now. 9 overs gone, 28 for 2, just the 5 extras, almost all from Van der Schiff. He's struggled a little bit with her line. That's where we are, Oak Hill, one of the most beautiful grounds, not just in the country but in the world, because we're right up on a hill here. Wicklow, the Garden of Ireland, and you can see just why it's called that. Van der Schiff continues. Excellent stop from Rebecca Stokel, using all of her height to reach that and save the single.
And of course, you and Leah Paul, whose batting can be biased towards Wicklow, both girls from Bray, hopefully producing more and more cricketers over time.
Yeah, we've plenty of talent coming from Bray. Katie Taylor is probably our best athlete. I'm sure there are soccer or Gaelic people who'd argue that. Nicely played from Leah Paul. Just too full again from Van der Schiff. Finds the gap, and that'll go away to the boundary once again. The boundaries are hard to come by, but Leah Paul's making it look easy.
I find Van der Schiff's length that we've seen so far, she bowls a little bit too full here, straight into Leah Paul's arc, who hits through the field and doesn't miss out on that one. But as a tall bowler, you often see bowlers of Van der Schiff's frame hitting the pitch a bit more. She bowls very full, Van der Schiff does.
Yeah. And when she bowls shorter, she tends to just stray down leg side. She's very young though, isn't she? She is. She's only 20 or something, so plenty of time for her to figure that out.
And no doubt this will be a brilliant experience for her, coming somewhere else and playing with different players, different conditions, and putting herself out there to play at this level.
Yeah, plays for Malahide Cricket Club. Came over a little bit into the season. That's a much better length. Good dive from Ava Canning there, just made the batters wait in their crease so that Laura Delaney could come around and do the tidying up. It's always difficult, isn't it, coming as an overseas player?
You can't help but feel pressure, and that's even for, no matter what your age is, but let alone when you're 20 and you're still figuring out your own game.
Again, a better length, but Tector gets clean contact straight to Canning again.
She's looking good and playing some lovely shots here, Tector, but like we said before, the scoring rate is still fairly low, and they've got a great field tour at the moment, putting a lot of pressure on it to get off strike.
Well, that's 10 overs gone. Scorchers 33 for 2.
And Isabel Joyce has left us there, and I'm joined by Ali. Ali, who do you think's on top so far?
Oh, just looking from sideline Celeste, I definitely think that the Typhoons have bowled quite well. Leah Paul's come out and up the scoring rate a little bit, but certainly I think Eva Canning in particular has bowled probably her best spell of the year so far. She's bowled a really good length, and obviously picking up the wicket of Gabby Lewis and just alleviates that a little bit. But really good start for me from the Typhoons, but Leah Paul has come out and looked quite aggressive. So yeah, first 10 overs, 33 for 2. For me, Typhoons winning probably 7-3 at the minute.
I agree with you. I think they'd be delighted with this start, considering how they've gone in the tournament so far. And their bowlers are looking good, and like you said, big wicket of Lewis.
We have a Canning going into her 6th over. It's wide on the off stump. Yeah, and the other thing I'm looking at, I've been listening to you and Izzy chatting there in the first 10, and it is quite difficult for Alice Tickler. They have really backed that offside, and she's played some lovely shots on the offside. Just can't pierce the field to get it away and just get her innings going, and it's difficult. You got to have that patience, and sometimes that's difficult at such a young age.
Definitely, it's all learning for her at this stage.
For sure. And on the flip side of that, obviously good captaincy from Rebecca Stokes. She's obviously seen that straight away. She's packing that offside field.
We've got something we haven't seen too much of in this series. Front foot no ball from Eva Canning.
Indeed, just possibly was coming around the wicket. It's just overstepped. And we'll just see the umpire in a second. Just give a signal.
Now Leah Paul's go-tos are usually reverse or try and hit straight to the side screen. Let's see if she goes either of those. Tried to go straight.
Actually doesn't get a run in the end. Laura Delaney manages to get a good hand on it. Gets away with that one.
I think that could be the first ball that Laura Delaney's touched this game, and it has flown at her.
Yeah, not easy. It's not the warmest out there. And
welcome back to Super Series, Laura Delaney.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I heard you talking about that early on today. It is great to see her back out there again. Just get a few overs in the game and just feel part of it again. Hasn't played in around about a month or so, and just getting back to the game again, obviously ahead of that big series coming up, just to feel part of the game again.
It's hard, even if you're one of the best players in the world, to just slot back in. Ooh, well, that's well bowled once again by Canning. Yeah, it's hard to just slot back in, isn't it, no matter how good you are?
Definitely. We always talk about getting a run, the old horse race adage. You want to get a run in, and certainly before a big series, just to get out there and be on the pitch again, just feel part of it. Even if you're not contributing straight away, she'll obviously bowl at some stage today, you would think, and certainly be important with the bat. But yeah, just good to see her back out there again. I heard you mention all we've watched her doing is just running around grounds, trying to get a few laps in and stay fit. So being out on the pitch again is great to see. Laura Delaney right there. 11 gone, 34 for 2. We're going to see our first change. Going to be Freya Sargent. I don't think there'll be much change here for Alice Tickler. I don't think they're going to give her too much The hit here is going to be nice and straight from Freya Sargent, you would think.
And there's a bit of bounce there for Sargent first ball. Freya Sargent, someone that a year ago you might not have expected it, but she seems to be who Ireland have chosen as the frontline spinner for this series. She's playing both formats, whereas Cara Murray and Amy Maguire are not. She certainly earned that from her performances, but such a young player doing big things.
Definitely, I think performance-wise with the ball, I think for me she has been the most consistent. In terms of wickets, maybe Cara Murray would say I'd take more wickets, but certainly in terms of bowling the line and length, and I think that's going to be vitally important against Sri Lanka because they're so used to playing spin. They have a good spin attack, and obviously if your own team has a good spin attack, that means your batters are usually quite good against spin because they're practicing fairly regularly. So I think, the ball spinning a T20, I think Freya Sargent has earned that place. And that's the type of delivery I'm talking about, being able to bowl stump to stump and make sure there's no width for easy 4 balls.
A lot of pressure on Cara Murray now with these two young bowlers coming through, both very consistent, both bowling art forms that I personally think are easier to get right than leg spin. And the question is, what's more effective in the international stage?
I think that's a really good point that, we've got pretty much all bases covered. We've got a right arm off spinner, left arm off spinner, and then a leg spinner. And your leg spinner is, for years and years, is obviously a much more difficult skill. It will take you wickets, but obviously the inconsistency is there. And it's really what floats your boat in terms of what you're picking. And if you want more consistency with the off spinner, which is probably less likely to take wickets, or do you want to go with the possibly little sort of inconsistent but maybe a little bit of magic from a leg spinner?
I remember when they said when T20 came in it was probably going to be the death of the off spinner, and it certainly hasn't been.
No, definitely not.
They've probably had more of a role than ever before. What it has brought about is the advent of left arm spin, being a lot of part-time quick left arm spin bowlers have come in and been really effective, haven't they?
Really good over there from Sargent. That's exactly what we were expecting. But expectations sometimes don't come to fruition, and it was a nice over to start with, just the one from it. And the score is 35 for 2 from the first 12. Yeah, and looks like we're going to see that change now. Eva Canning's through 6, and we've just been talking about it, getting back into the game, being on the park, and now she's going to get her first opportunity to bowl here. The Ireland skipper, not skipper here, of course. That's her captain right beside her there, Rebecca Stokel. So it's going to be Laura Delaney. They're just setting a field here.
She's a big competitor, Laura Delaney. There aren't too many bowlers who have been as successful in international cricket as her, bowling cross seam, medium pace. But she's a fighter every ball. She gives it everything, and she ends up always in the wickets, no matter what the situation is. So certainly someone that they'll really want to be available and at her best for the series coming up.
Yeah, most definitely that international experience will be key. She's right on the mark straight away.
And variations are one of her big draw cards, Laura Delaney, and they can be quite hard to bowl when you haven't been bowling for a while.
Well, that's why today could be all important. That bowling the nets can be one thing to just get you back bowling again, but delivering those different types of deliveries, especially in T20, you can't just bowl line length. Batters will target you. So yeah, just getting your variations when there's a game on the line. Certainly it'll be good today to get obviously she can bowl 10 today, so if necessary. So trying out these different things as well in the middle of a game, very important.
We saw the off cutter second ball there, so very impressive. And there's a leg cutter. She has gone straight into it.
And now looking at Alice Tector again. He's getting tied up here with his good delivery, but that patience has got to come here. Oh, that's just going to let that little bit of pressure come off there. I actually watched the game I was at the game on Wednesday when Alice was batting again. That's then very, very similar to today, where she played a lot of cover drives into the offside, but wasn't getting runs, and then just lost that little bit of patience, and one just nipped back in through the gate, and just lost that conviction in her shot maybe, and just nipped through then. So something similar today, but good thing is today she's managed to stay out there, and that'll be key. Try and bat with Leah Paul.
Definitely, you can always catch up later on, but we often see people that don't bat quite as pretty as Tector with the lovely full face of the bat shots, and bat a bit uglier and score quicker. So I think it's trying to find a way that might not be as technically correct as what she probably would have done in the nets from the time she was a kid. Just to squeeze that ball somewhere for a single when she gets under pressure.
That's a good run. Good clear call early. Tector responds. And that's the first over from Laura Delaney. Really good one. As you say, went through a few variations there. But basically bowled 30 straight and just the 2 singles. 37 for 2 from 13.
And as the wind picks up in the background there.
A bit of a gust there.
It's a tough duo to score off and to execute plans against. These two, you've got Sargent bowling very tight off spin from one end, and then you've got Delaney giving no pace either and bowling in good areas. So the question is, will they be happy to take 2 or 3 and over off these two, or will they try and do something to push the scoring along?
Possibly just with those 2 wickets down and just the 13 overs gone, and maybe we'll just settle in. But it's quite difficult here at the moment. The conditions, the wind coming. Sargent bowling straight. Delaney will do something similar. It's just working out what your options are now.
She's very impressively taken the pace off there and not faltered in a length whatsoever. Just showing Paul that she can't just expect the ball to be one pace. She goes again.
As you can hear the wind around us here. Can't be easy bowling out there. With and without the wind, it is coming across the ground rather than up and down for the bowlers, but still difficult. See the shirts blowing. It's quite strong at the minute.
It can be a very tough place to bowl when you're on the side of the hill and the wind is going. Pace-off detector is a very clever plan. Making her generate everything herself.
Cuts that into the offside, but again, good quick fielding from the Typhoons. Just ensuring that there's no single.
And women's cricket coming up to Northern Ireland for the internationals. Ali, must be a bit of excitement around about those games instalment.
Pulled on the offside. Oh, it's been dropped at mid-wicket. There's the pressure. That brought the opportunity there. They're just brought into that, trying to pull it on the leg side rather than play offside. Just down mid-wicket. 2 or 3 goes at it. And unfortunately it just goes down. Chance for the Typhoons to get their 3rd wicket. Not taken.
Disappointing for the Typhoons, who have struggled for a win in this tournament and are getting themselves closer and closer into a good position, and things like that just make it hard.
Yeah, they don't help. You've got to take your chances, and that's been a bit of a theme for the Typhoons throughout the series. That's in the air as well, but that's in through the gap. It's going to run away down the hill there. Bit of work to do. Ooh, I think that's gone for 4. A little bit unlucky there. Just trying to pull that one back, Sarah Forbes. I'll just see it again here. She's done the hard work to get there.
She's given a good chase and put in everything.
Little flick, yeah, I was just looking at the little flick, but it got stuck and goes for 4.
It hurts as well getting the ball trapped under you.
Definitely. Definitely insult to injury there.
Yeah, even more when you look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, Celeste, you mentioned there about the games up in Belfast. Obviously, we've just had the test match for the men against Zimbabwe, and it very successful in terms of on the pitch. Obviously, the men winning the test match against Zimbabwe, but also off the pitch, it was a really good atmosphere, good crowds coming in, and plenty happening in Stormont.
It's a brilliant ground to play at. Played in a series there a couple of years back against Scotland, and like the ground, the square is great. Plays so well there, and a lot of locals were out and forced to come and support us. So I bet the girls are really looking forward to playing up there.
Yeah, and, we really hope that that's the case again. All the facilities there, everything stayed in place from the test match. So, to have 3 games up in Belfast, we really hope that a good bit of support comes out for the girls as much as there was for the test match. This is a really important series for the women's team. So it'll be really nice to have a big crowd out for those 3 one-day internationals up in Belfast.
And earlier in the year, so disappointing for them not to qualify for the T20 World Cup. So it's great to have an opportunity to play a team like Sri Lanka, who are almost comparable in some ways to where we are, and to see how we go test ourselves when we haven't had as much international cricket lately.
Well, it's definitely what we want. We want to see international games. That's the point of the Super Series as well as it's a tournament. We want to see the girls performing, and obviously we heard you mentioning about Alice Tector and Colder Riley getting selected. That's the idea. You want to be in the Super Series, perform, and then get your international recognition at the end of it. So to have 2 series coming up against Sri Lanka and then England in September is really something to look forward to. And as I say, it'd be great to have plenty of support. Tickets you can check out cricketireland.ie. Tickets for those series, very reasonably priced. So certainly for the ones up in Belfast, where I'll be, get onto the website, get your tickets booked. Be a really nice day out. Hopefully we get the weather. Should be a really good series. Sargent to continue. A little bit of a misfield, and again, just those little things that just want to tighten up on there to keep the pressure on the batters.
And we've seen some players make fielding positions their own in this series. I was just thinking about the Scorchers, Amy Maguire fielding at point there. There's just this feeling that no one's ever going to get a ball through.
Very much so. I couldn't agree more there. She really has stepped up in that position. That's a nice shot in the gap. And well fielded this time. Gets round, keeps it to 1. Yeah, Amy Maguire, for example, point is one of those positions that you really do need to be in that position and watch, because it's difficult because the ball doesn't, you can't look at the ball coming straight. So it's working out when the batter is most likely to be playing in your area.
It's much more specialist than what people might think.
It definitely is. And she's done really well. And she took a catch against Lou Little down at North County a few games back. One of the best I've seen. Really hit cleanly and dived to her left to take the catch. But generally, in terms of her ground fielding as well, just seems to have made that position. And you can make the position your own and get used to that particular area.
And it's always something in women's cricket that I've heard selectors talking about. If you're known to be a good fielder, and a good fielder could be just really specifically one position, it really does add an extra string to your bow and works in your favour.
Yeah, and Ava Canning's been in the game here today at that cover position. Could be again. Actually, it goes a little bit square, but Ava Canning, for example, there at cover today. She's been really busy and has done well. That ends another over.
And the Typhoons bowling has been very tight up front, with Ava Canning only going for 1.8 and over with 1 for 11 off her 6. She's been the pick of the bowlers for mine. Sargent and Delaney have both come on and looked great. Really, their batters have been really struggling to score off her there. And Van der Skiff a little bit looser with the wides. She's bowled the only extras really of the game, but hitting the pitch nicely, getting some movement as well. So looking good.
Yeah, it's been a good start by the Typhoons. Reggie and Izzy having a bit of a tete-a-tete about Van der Skiff.
Yeah, look, I'd always defer to her with the South African pronunciations.
Well, actually, now, one of the last games we had, I think it was that game down at North County, we had our resident South African. Dwayne was on.
Oh, he's the man, yep.
So he is the man when it comes to South Africans.
And what did he come up with?
Well, he was Van der Skiff.
Skiff it is.
Van der Skiff, yeah. But he gives us the intonation as well, so
yep.
we don't want to try. Dwayne's over at the Olympics at the moment. Listening to him yesterday doing his commentary on the golf.
With how closely he's followed the statistics of the Super Series, I wouldn't be surprised if he's watching on and
it wouldn't surprise
and following
me.
it.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
And we've got a change of bowler here. We've got Lara McBride bowling her off spin.
Straight up in the air. Rebecca Stokel's under this one, and that's a big wicket for the Typhoons. As soon as Lara McBride has come on here, Leah Paul's tried to be aggressive, possibly too aggressive on that occasion. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and could do no more than hit it straight up in the air, and plenty of time for Rebecca Stokel to get under that and take it right in front of her eyes. No difficulty either there. And Leah Paul has gone for 20.
It appears to be a genius bowling change from Rebecca Stokel. Leah Paul has not got there. She's tried to go across the ball. And Stokel's taken what should be an easy catch, but sometimes they can be tricky.
Yeah, but too much time to think about it.
Absolutely.
Everybody's watching you, and but she got well under the ball. A little bit of wind as well there, but she's made the catch, and as I say, a big wicket for the Typhoons. Leah Paul's been in good form recently, and she's gone for 20, and that brings out the number 3 on her back, Christina Coulter-Riley, into the crease.
And with a potential debut cap on the line for Coulter-Riley with this upcoming series, it's hard to say where she'd fit into the team unless there was a wicket-keeping injury, but it's always a chance when you're in the squad. She'll want to stamp her authority out there and show that she is the middle order batter that they need.
Yeah, I think she's had a bit of a strange Super Series campaign, really. Certainly in the T20, shaped up a lot of times that she was really in form, hit the ball cleanly, but her scores haven't really matched that. And then just and that sort of was reflected by the fact that the Scorchers hadn't won a game in their first 4 T20 games, and then that last double header, they were playing the Dragons and were really in a lot of trouble, and it was Coulter-Riley that changed the momentum of that game. She came in and really upped the pace there, and eventually got Leah Paul going, and once she got going, the two of them then won the game for the Scorchers that day, and that just showed the potential that she has. And similarly in a 50 over game recently, she came in and hit a quick 30, rather run a ball. Was the only one to really go to run a ball, so it's been a little bit up and down. Potential is definitely there, and that's what got her into the squad in the first place. As you say, might be a big shout to get her into the team, but being in and around the squad and seeing what international cricket's about, big score today would certainly help.
Oh, for sure. And having played club cricket against her for a few years now, we've certainly seen her do it. She's got all the potential in the world, and it's just interesting that in the Super Series season that she probably would have been less impactful than she would have wanted to be with the bat. It's the time that she gets herself selected for Ireland, finds herself in the squad, and now the ball is in her court to really show what she can do.
Well, that's it. It's all about cricket's a lot about opportunity. Given the opportunity, you've got to grasp it when you get it. Don't come along all the time. So this is exactly an opportunity today. We're only in the 16th over, so 33 and a half to go here. Our team in a little bit of trouble. And as I say, a good long innings here will do her no harm at all. McBride to continue now. That's nicely bowled, just drifting away.
And McBride tends to slide the ball straight on. They come out of the hand slow, they dip a bit, and you assume they're going to turn a lot more than what they do. So sometimes that can be a bit of a threat in itself.
Just pulled out there.
They played against us on Thursday in club cricket, and first ball she bowled to me, I did exactly that.
That's really nicely bowled. It was interesting to see Leah Paul not taking any time at all. She was aggressive from ball one when McBride came on. It's been her downfall, but you know, she's come after her straight away, and it was nicely bowled, just held back, as you say. She picked up the wicket. It's been edged. It'll get Colt O'Reilly off the mark. Typhoons will be really happy with that, as will the captain. Just gave Laura Delaney a couple of overs and then brought Lara McBride on, and she's picked up the wicket.
Bit of a dream start from Lara McBride there. One for one. Most important wicket of the game, really, other than maybe Gabby Lewis. Should be delighted.
Yeah, and they're keeping definitely a lid on the run rate. 17 overs gone, just to 45. You can see there on the screen the run rate just over 2.5 at the moment, and 3 wickets. So we were chatting when I first came on about who was on top, and I think that wicket is definitely mean the team in blue are definitely on top at the minute.
Definitely. And then not having Shauna Kavanagh today takes a little bit out of their batting order for sure, but then it'll be interesting to see what Sophie McMahon can do.
Pitched. Sargent this time, driven down the ground, but no timing. Short this time. Nicely played. Cold arrived. There's a little bit of protection. Sarah Forbes out there on the cover boundary, so it's just one. Now you can see that change of field straight away. Extra fielder comes over.
Yep.
As soon as Tector's on strike, they bring an extra fielder over and double up in the cover area.
Which is making it very tough for her, as you can see. 6 off 30. They've blocked up her best scoring area. And it's great to see her use her feet back away and try and create some room there, changing up the line of the ball.
Yeah, that's kind of what we've been sort of indicating that she would want to do, is try and change the angle. And she's driving it into the offside straight to Stokell and Canning, so you need to work out a different angle, and nice to see her using her feet a little bit more there.
And that's probably the least risky option she can take, create more room on the offside.
Same again. She's played exactly the same shot. It'll pick up 2 more. So immediately there. Now up to 10. Just in those 2 shots, and risk-free, as you say.
Doesn't take much to kind of change the whole look of the innings in terms of strike rate, and that's the 50 up now for the Scorchers, 17.4, and that's a better line there from Sargent. She's going to want to stay very tight into Tector there and try and make a hit across the vacant square leg for a single option there.
We saw that in the last over when she tried to play a semi-sweep pull shot. Probably should have seen her depart, but she got away with that one. Picks up a couple of 2s in that over, along with the single. 5 from Sargent's 4th. She's just gone for 9 from those 4 overs. And as you say, Celeste, that's the 50 up from 18, 50 for 3.
It's a challenge for Coulter Riley to come in when Tector hasn't been scoring as quick as what Paul would have been. Who is going to be the one who ticks things along, and it's hard for Coulter Riley to do that from ball 1 with these conditions and the spinners on.
Yeah, just there's a little bit of rain in the air just now. I think that's going to blow through. I think we're going to be okay for now. But yeah, just with spinners on, if they're basically if the spinners bowl well right here, it's going to be difficult to score runs. I know that sounds fairly obvious, but batters are going to have to try something different. So if they bowl stump to stump, you can see the field is really tight here. McBride and Sargent can bowl in tandem here, maybe even get through 6, 7, 8 overs very quickly here.
be very effective. You can see there, it's great, great control from McBride. Young off spinner in this really strong wind. She's a bit slower through the air than Sargent, which makes it even harder to control in these conditions, and she's done well for these first 9 balls of a spell.
Yeah, again, a little bit of drift away. Batter's having to really put all the pace on the ball if they want to score runs here. Nothing to work with.
And that's the 11th dot, or 10th dot of her spell so far. They're going to have to try and figure out a way to score off McBride here.
Beautifully bowled.
Well bowled.
Just getting a little bit of drift away there, as I say. Normally you'd expect her just to be going on with the arm a little bit straighter, but it's just seemed to be drifting away from the right-hander. Nice. Over there, another 6 dot balls in a row in the maiden as it is. 1 for 1 from 2. Can't ask for any more than that when you've been brought on.
Sometimes not being a big turner of the ball and not straightening the ball up is more of a challenge for the right-hander. You're not getting the ball going across. It's harder to hit it into the leg side. So I think with this wind and the nature of how she bowls, it could be a very effective day for Lara McBride.
That's what we've talked about there. It's a fairly straight delivery. They're looking to pull that on the leg side, but there are gaps.
Sargent will be very happy to see that shot from Alice Tector. It's not something we see too often from her. Young Alice Walsh there at point has picked that up. She's in a very important position today with Alice Tector batting. That is where she's looking to score.
There it is again. Just like passages of play like this where the batter's under a little bit of pressure and has got to work out in game where she's going to try and score. It's not sitting before the game and the coach is telling you, oh, I want you to play here, I want you to play here. This is in game now. She's struggled to get the ball away, so I've got to work out where can I score here.
This is where the real learning happens, doesn't it, Ali?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what I'm getting at, and that you can have your coaching sessions before in the nets. In game, you've got to work out very quickly. What are they trying to make? Where are they trying to make me play? Can I go somewhere else?
That's a great point you make there. And as we see another dot from Sargent there, Tector feels that she's under pressure, and I sometimes think nothing makes you feel even more under pressure than when the other batter comes down to you.
Totally.
I know Coulter Riley has the best of intentions there, but if you look like you're relaxed and you face 5 dots, you can even bluff your way through it.
And she gets it away into the gap on the offside. Rebecca Stokel comes around to her left, picks up just the 1 from that. Really good tight stuff from the Typhoons here. Spinners in tandem. Getting through a few overs here very, very quickly. And before we've blinked here, 20 overs are gone. The score just moved on to 51 for 3. Tector on 11, Coulter Riley on 2. Got to consolidate a little bit, but they've still got to score runs. Celeste Rack has just left us for a minute. Delighted to welcome back Izzy Joyce. Isabel, I've been on comms together for a wee while now. You've been away. The coat's on. It's pretty chilly.
Double coat. I just put the
Double
second
coat.
coat on, yeah. Well, an edge there for Alice Tector. It's been a tough day at the office for her with bat in hand. She's going to come back for the second. A good decision because that's Robin Searle, the wicketkeeper's throw. Not able to keep it down to 1.
Yeah, in terms of Alice, you've just been chatting about her. How she's going to have to work out a different way here. What would your mindset be now for her? She's been in for quite a long time now. A little bit of pressure on now with losing the more experienced players. So what's her mindset now? Is she going to stay there for the rest of the innings, or really got to try and work it now to get that scoring rate up?
Yeah, it's a funny one because we've seen Alice Tector promoted to number 3, and for me it's too much responsibility that she's opening the bowling, and she's a young player, 16 as she manages to get the single away there. What's the need to push her? And I truly believe she's going to be a big all-rounder for Ireland and the Scorchers in years to come, but it's very early to be putting that on her shoulders. So I don't think it's been a good decision from Jay Shalat to promote her up to number 3. Just let her get into her work as a seamer. She's an excellent fielder, so that's fine. But just let her get into that, I think. And then, she is a brilliant batter. There's no two minds about that, but it's a lot to put on her shoulders, I think, at this early in her career. But to answer your question, I think she's got to just keep on sticking to her processes. She's clearly been told that she can spend time at the crease. She's a beautiful player to watch, and it's just about the players around her. She's got to try not to put too much pressure on them by facing multiple dot balls in a row. I think she went about things the right way. If you possibly can against Lara McBride, you've got to try and play off the back foot. She's so slow through the air, and that's if you're not comfortable coming down and hitting her over her head, which is uncomfortable when she bowls those little arm balls so much.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Tried to pull that on the leg side. Well, I think that's what Leah Paul was attempting to do, come down the wicket and try and play straight, but just didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and then it sort of looked like a bit of a hoik in the end.
She should have bailed. She should have just blocked it.
Should have bailed, yeah.
21 gone, 55 for 3. Yeah, that's in 50 over cricket, you've got to be able to bail on that if you're not in the right position, don't you? That was a big mistake from Leah Paul, and normally something that she doesn't do is throw her wicket away, so she'll be disappointed, I think.
Yeah, I think she's just going back to Leah. I think she's changed her game a lot this year and is playing a lot more down the ground. Oh, how's that missed?
How's it missed everything? I think that's going to, could be, it's going to go all the way. 4 byes, tough one to take for Joanna Loughran, who's got her hands on her hips, the double teapot going on. That one was decent pace, good turn, went between the batter and the stumps, really tough one for the keeper. There you go, over the top of the stumps as well. Just didn't move quickly enough. Freya Sargent, hand over the mouth. She can't believe it's missed everything.
A little bit of turn there. Yeah, there was the teapot coming. A little bit disappointed didn't grab that, but not easy when the ball just comes through the batter. There's a bit of innovation. We've just been discussing it.
Yeah, good innovation, I think, because the extra pace from Sargent, no 45. She is turning the ball, so you're hitting with the spin. These youngsters these days,
just thinking exactly that. I mean, that would have been into the dressing room afterwards. What are we playing?
It's a good stat. Most wickets for Sargent for the Typhoons in 2024, with 8 in the Super50 Evoke Super50 Cup.
Yeah, and just as you're mentioning about the person she's bowling to has the most wickets, along with Cara Murray. She'll be looking to top that table, because obviously Cara Murray finished. Same shot again. She's probably going to get 2 more again. Lots of work right there for Lara McBride. Having just bowled, here she comes. And 2 more to protect her.
Yeah, this is good innovation for a couple of reasons. One is it's a fruitful scoring area, but 2 is you're asking the bowler to change the field, and that's exactly what's happening. Robin Searle's been pushed around from one of the 2 points. She's got to go to 45, so that's going to open a gap up now in covers for Alice Tector, and that's really good 50 over batting.
Well, that's exactly what we were having a chat with Celeste about just before you came on, Isabel. There you go, this is perfect. She couldn't, that possibly would have been a dot ball because Rebecca Stokel would have been in that exact position, but now she's worked around the field, and this is the in-game. You've got to think about, well, where can I score, as opposed to just dotting up.
Yeah,
she's worked out she can get the ball around the square, and so she's got her 4 runs, but more importantly it's opened up a gap.
Clever bowling from Sargent to finish out that over. A little slower one from the off spinner. 22 gone, Scorchers 64 for 3. And that was a really good over for them. 9 runs from it. The 4 byes helping to make that an expensive over for the Typhoons. You won't get 4 byes off the bowling of Lara McBride.
Definitely not, no.
She's just changed to off spin this season, and it's been a good change for her. She bowled little medium pacers before that. Really good stump to stump stuff, but the spin's definitely added an element to her game. She would see herself as a batting all-rounder, but probably features in the Super Series a little bit more with ball in hand.
Taking the offside for another single.
And just looking at the technique of Tector, I think once she starts to actually move towards the ball with a bit more conviction, then she'll find things a bit easier. Her back foot tends to move away as opposed to her front foot moving towards the ball. That's how she kind of gets on the front foot. We'll see it again shortly, no doubt.
That's pulled into the leg side. There is a gap there, so that'll go for 4. Coulter Riley gets her first boundary.
Well, 2 from 15 before that, so that'll be a relief for Coulter Riley. Got the length that she wanted and was brave enough to hit it from outside off as well. So that meant that it went in front of square. Alice Walsh in the deep there couldn't cut it off. Neither could Stokel, who dived in mid-wicket. One of the things you find with slow spinners in particular in the women's game, if they bowl wide outside off, they get a lot of catches in point. People trying to muscle it through the offside. They don't get in a good enough position. Coulter Riley just didn't get close enough to it there. Oh, that's a good delivery. Nice little iron ball.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times. As you say, just going on with the arm.
That's pretty much what she would have bowled when she was a seamer, just a little bit more pace on it.
Again, tries to muscle that one through. And the skip gets a hand on it. Will be 2. Just changing momentum a little bit here. Scorchers a long way to go for them, but as I said, the 2 spinners were in tandem there. There was nothing happening. Lots and lots of dot balls, so they've just changed the momentum in these last 2 or 3 overs.
Quicker one to finish. 23 gone. Scorchers 71 for 3. Yeah, sometimes against slow spinners, you have to take them on. You just can't score if you're not willing to just change the length, change the line, do something different, as we saw from Alice Tector, to make them change the field. So you do have to be brave against spinners as opposed to just waiting for a mistake. Neither spinner really giving anything too short or too full to latch onto. There was a little bit of rain a couple of overs ago. That seems to have stopped for now. Hoping that we'll somehow escape it later in the afternoon. Sargent will continue now.
Yeah, I think I've been saying that to pretty much every single game of cricket I've been to this year. I hope we can escape. Did the test match last week and weather forecast was not good. Can we escape? Did the NCU Cup final on Friday. It was meant to rain all day. Oh, that's ran along the floor. Luckily for Alice Tector, it was down leg side. We managed to escape that as well with 2 or 3 rain breaks, but we managed to get away with it. So hopefully today will be something similar. It blows over. We get a full game in.
That's the seam up one, yeah. It does look quite different from her regular deliveries because she's such a beautiful action, Freya Sargent, the way she comes up and over the top of the ball.
Has to give that one a little bit of effort. Back to the traditional off spin, nicely bowled. That's a good single.
Yeah, really, really good communication between these two. Christina Coulter Riley gives the thumbs up. She likes that one. 9 from 22. Tector at 20 from 51. So both batters finding it tough out there, but looking a little bit better the last couple of overs. Misfield from Alice Walsh will let them come through for a single. That's one thing you get from Freya Sargent. She's very good at getting back to the stumps and collecting the ball.
Yeah, little things like that are just very important, especially when you're trying to create that little bit of pressure. The batter can see that the bowler's going back to the stumps and maybe just takes that little extra step. It'll be wide, yep.
Great take by Joanna Loughran. Read it very early. Got the feet moving.
Into the offside. Work to do for Sarah Forbes. She's going to come around and speed round the boundary. Good return. Keeps it to 2, but a nice shot from Coulter Riley. As I mentioned, just starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Ends the 24th over. The run rate picking up slightly. Up over the threes now. 77 for 3 from 24.
Claire Webber on the left, looking a little bit chilly. Overseas for Leinster Cricket Club. And then the youngsters on the right, getting information from Una Raymond Hoey. Living most of the year in Victoria.
Yeah, it's be slightly different.
Well, at least it's Melbourne, so Melbourne's weather's not great.
It's not quite as bad.
Their summer, I'm not sure they at this kind of temperature, but well, one slow spinner replacing another, Sarah Forbes. We've seen her take plenty of top-level wickets, especially in the Super50 trophy, but she does invite you to take her on. Two fielders in the deep on the leg side, square leg and mid-wicket are out, cover is out as well, so just the 3 operating outside the ring, 4 fielders saving a single on the offside. Big edge to start. Well, Christina Coulter Riley wanted the run out, or the run. She would have been run out.
Definitely didn't want the run out, but
she wanted the run.
I think it probably would have been if she'd have continued on there.
Well, there would have been someone run out because Alice Tector didn't move. Big floaty one. Almost checking Sarah Forbes to see will Alice Tector leave her ground. The answer was no on that occasion.
Again, the wind gets up. Strong gust across the ground here, coming from left to right. She's got a good connection with that. It's going to pick up a boundary. Hit straight over the top of mid-wicket.
This is an excellent shot. Look at her head position here. It really gets straight towards the ball, clears the front leg, and that meant that even though it was a little bit on the full side for a sweep shot, she was able to get right through the shot, and it also sent it forward to that fielder in mid-wicket. Much flatter one that time from Sarah Forbes, so a 4 followed by a single. Starting to get into her work now, Alice Tector.
Yeah, and that's what we were discussing, about a little bit of patience, and as I mentioned, I'd done the hard work on Wednesday and got in, and then just a little bit of lack of concentration, just a straight one.
Well, one of the things I always say to people when they're in that kind of situation and they've faced a lot of balls and struggling to score, it's not going to be easier for someone else coming behind, and in fact they can easily get out first or second ball, so just change your frame of mind. A nice good connection from Coulter Riley. Craig in the deep. Well, they're going to run a second. Good running from Alice Tector. Excellent stuff. 25 gone now. 84 for 3. But yeah, you just got to go, okay, start again now. And from now, I'm going to try and go at 75% strike rate or whatever it might be. There's Joanna Loughran. 3 catches, 3 stumpings in the 2024 Super Series. Evoke Super50 Cup. Definitely you can see her footwork has improved a lot. Trying to lock her today, anything down leg. She struggles when it's gone between batter and stumps, which I think everyone does. So we won't judge her on that. But when it's gone past the legs of the batters, she's looked very, very tidy.
Yeah, it's good to see a couple of young keepers coming through. John Loughran's obviously been keeping for the Typhoons all year. See, McGranahan has really improved for the Dragons, and Amy Hunter wasn't available. Obviously, she's having to keep Dora Prendergast, and early on with the new ball. I watched the spell earlier in this season where she was bowling pretty quick, and Lucy McGranahan's first game of the season, and I thought she kept really well that day. So good signs for the Dragons as well coming through. And of course, Coulter Riley keeping for the bounced a little. Sarah Craig on there.
Great awareness that from Christina Coulter Riley to take that single. Difficult to keep up to Zara Craig. So the type of bowler she is, she stands the seam up and she bowls quite a heavy ball, so she can get the ball to lift as we just saw there. So Joanna Loughran brave standing up to the stumps. Great fielding that from Freya Sargent. Not a great throw for her keeper. She has such a heavy throw, Freya Sargent. I remember coaching with her. You used to really feel it into the mitt. Hope that you didn't get the one that went into the palm when she was throwing.
Or the end of the finger, it's even worse. That's in the air. And is it taken this time? I think it is. Yeah. I think it is, and that's just a disappointing end for Coulter. Just played that shot obviously into that mid-wicket area. I think it's Rebecca Stokel there who's dived forward. Just gives a nod to the umpire to say, yeah, I've got both hands underneath that. That's a disappointing end. She was just getting into her innings there. And is unfortunately just giving it away. She's going for 13. And it's 85 for 4.
Yeah, she's disappointed because I think she felt really good out there. Had a good understanding with Alice Tector. They started to turn the strike over. They'd added 41 for this 4th wicket. Sarah Craig change of bowling has had the desired effect. A little bit straight, and having seen Alice Tector be put down earlier on just 5, Coulter, and that arguably an easier chance, Coulter Riley will feel disappointed that that one was held on to. So 85 for 4 now. Just over half the overs in the innings gone. Sophie McMahon, the new batter, out to join Alice Tector. Usually with Sophie McMahon, usually it's not Julie McNally, it's actually Sophie. We'll change that. With Sophie McMahon, she doesn't hang around. She's a busy cricketer. She likes to score runs quickly. So as long as she's out there, the Scorchers should keep the scoring rate going.
Yep, she usually plays a high tempo. Man, a very industrious cricketer. Likes to get things going, most of bat on ball. As I say, she likes to get things going. She just pulls out and says, no, you're going to have to stop.
Well, she was nowhere near looking up at Sarah Craig there.
She was just in her delivery stride and almost hadn't taken guard. But did the right thing. Pulled away. Didn't play the shot or go on with it. She'll face her first delivery now. And again there. Good fielding from Sargent. Good quick feet to get across. This time a good return into Loughran.
I know she's trying to change her grip, Sophie McMahon. She had a really individual grip where the top hand was right the way around. She just tended to drop the bat just as she's about to play the shot, just there. So you know that she's in defensive mode when she's pretty much got the bat already down before the ball is bowled. Does have good strength though, so if she gets the right ball, if she gets a loose delivery, then she can score.
Run there, finish off the over. First over for Sarah Craig, and it's the theme here coming on. First over here in these changes, picking up wickets. Sarah Craig gets one. Lara McBride got one. 85 for 4, and I should mention they just started a partnership. Those two, Tector and Coulter Riley, seem to be starting to get the measure of the pitch and running between the wickets with each other. Possibly Coulter Riley could have just worked that into the gap instead. Just played a little bit obviously on the leg side, and catch was taken. So got to start again now.
Yeah, her eyes lit up, didn't they? Because it was full, it was on the leg stump, and she thought, yeah, I'll just help myself to a lovely clip off the legs. But she just didn't apply herself enough.
That's wide, but worked into the offside by Tector. Now we'll bring McMahon on to face Sarah Forbes. Yeah, I was just about to say that's not middle. A little bit away from you, a little bit into you. She's taking middle.
is really picking up here. I'm sure you can pick it up on our microphones.
Really is getting strong.
The tent moving. A big full toss to welcome Sophie McMahon to the crease. She helps herself to her first boundary. Big cheers from the clubhouse, where the Scorchers enjoyed that. She threaded the needle nicely between mid-off and extra cover.
I think that was exactly what you talked about. Is that if you give her a ball to hit, she'll not miss out and play clean through the line there, pick the gap. That gets her off the mark.
We just haven't had a summer, have we? This year in Ireland, it just feels like there's barely been 2 sunny days together. Clever cricket. Rebecca Stokel not able to stop the single there.
Yeah, it's been difficult for everybody, really. We can only hope that the rest of August decides to play ball here. It's another loose ball.
It's a no ball, unfortunately.
Off
It's
the
off the cut strip. So a free hit for Alice Tector. I think if you're going to choose someone to get a free hit from, Sarah Forbes will be right up there. You can try something out here. See, can you get to the pitch of the ball? We hope that Alice Tector takes her on. If she does.
Does exactly that. Laura Delaney will get round to her left to prevent it going any further. So it's just a single, but a good option there. As you sort of said, to come down the wicket.
Well, the good thing for Alice is that she's come down and she was able to get there. So she knows that if she wants to come down, she can. There's another full toss, and again, McMahon finds the gap, this time to the left of Ava Canning. She'd been beaten to the right earlier in the over, this time to the left. So Sarah Forbes was just struggling a little bit in this wind to find her length.
You can see the difference there between, say, Sarah Forbes and Freya Sargent in terms of the release point. Much lower. Freya Sargent much more over the top. Possibly the wind here, it really has got up in the last 10 minutes. It's been strong all day, but you can see the shirts. And even just the run up there, having to pull out, possibly just the wind is pretty strong.
12 from this over already. Still one delivery, one legal delivery to go. A nice strong shot from Sophie McMahon. She does have good bat speed at the bottom of her swing. So 13 from the over, 27 gone, 98 for 4.
Yeah, really good over there for the Scorchers. Still plenty of work for them to do here. There's your scene here at Oak Hill. Looks very placid and very serene there on screen, but I can tell you, you can probably hear plenty of wind around for the girls to contend with today. Conditions certainly difficult.
Yeah, I'm regretting my choice of sock today. Went for the ankle socks. Could have done with the big cricket socks.
You need a pair of rugby socks, I think, today.
I don't have rugby socks, but I think maybe similar to hockey socks.
Hockey, yeah.
Sarah Craig continuing. I've been impressed by Sarah Craig since she's come back from Loughborough. She just seems to have added a yard of pace. Really bowls into the pitch, which is a different type of bowler than any that we really have around. Medium pace, but asking questions of the surface. Rebecca Stokel took that catch in the last over, in a couple of overs ago. Oh, well, that was a sharp chance. Freya Sargent looking to grab on with one hand. She saved 3, but doesn't manage to grab on. Yeah, most catches for Rebecca Stokel. Sorry, Addy.
Yeah, that would have been a great grab there. Up to her left, it was well hit by McMahon. Very similar to that one I was talking about with Amy Maguire a couple of games ago. Point area. She's in action again, just to her left, and Alice Watts will come in. This field will bring 2. That will bring up the 100 for the Scorchers. It's been tough going. Just starting to climb their way back into the game here.
Yeah, you wonder what a good score is in these conditions. Maybe 200 would be enough if the Typhoons or if the Scorchers can bowl well. Just gives herself room. Alice Tector very much keen to go through the offside as opposed to pulling those shorter deliveries, probably the percentage shot.
Yeah, it was just something I was going to chat to you about in terms of the batting for the whole series. Let's see this ball. Sarah Craig, nice and straight, played into the offside though. And this time Alice Walsh cleanly into the hands and saves one. So yeah, up until the last couple of games, which have been completely different, probably because they've been played in beautiful sunshine. Brady last Sunday was a lovely day, and 650 runs were scored that day. Then North County on Wednesday, something similar. Lots of centuries, 2 centuries in that game. There have been 8 scores of 50 in the last 2 games, which has kind of been different to the series as a whole, when 200 has appeared to have been enough quite a lot of times. So in terms of myself, just looking at the international series, my only worry with the Super Series is that if you look down the list of aggregate run scores, the top 10 are all Irish players, and there's nobody really is pushing to break. And you could say the same thing about the men's team, really, but
Yeah.
you're looking for somebody to say, well, look, this is what Super Series is about. I'm going to get 150 to 200 runs in the series and push to try and get myself a place.
Yeah.
Nobody really stepping up at the minute.
Yeah, you're right. It definitely feels like it's a step up when you're bowling at any of those internationals. When you watch, say, the likes of Niamh McNulty coming in the power play on Wednesday, but bowling against Amy Hunter and Orla Prendergast. It was a tough job, especially in North County.
But to be fair to Niamh, she really came back well. You know, the first 2 overs went for 30 plus, I think. And she came back and took 4 wickets, and in the end changed the game a little bit and got her team over the line. So it just shows that one spell as a bowler doesn't make your day. You can't change it.
Good resilience, really good resilience from her.
Definitely.
She's yet to come for the Scorchers. Laura Delaney now replacing Sarah Forbes. Sarah Forbes very expensive in the context of the game. Oh, well, that's just almost crept under the bat of Alice Tector. She's opting to stay leg side and to try and give herself room and score through the offside, but she's really given away all 3 stumps there. This doesn't quite maybe have the physical strength yet to drive down the ground and find the gap between mid-off and extra cover.
Just the wind again. Just looking down the ground here, our evoke signs are getting a bit of a hammering today.
He needs to just he's hanging out down there.
He's trying to, yeah. There he is down in the top right of your screen, trying to keep the evoke signs upright. There's 2 have gone down on the left now.
Yeah, he's just going back and forth between the sides of the side screen.
Keeping them busy.
Yeah, to put them up.
Yeah, he's keeping busy today.
I'll keep him from getting too nervous about his daughter out there in the middle.
This is true. He's just making his way over to the left now.
Marching across with purpose. Little change up there from Delaney. Rolls the fingers over. You can just see his feet stomping across there in the background as he is looking to fix the other revoke signs. We'll keep a sharp eye and see if the ones he's just put right there. He is finally
what a good
doing
job.
some work. That's
Terrific
the boss
stuff.
man. That's the HPV boss man.
Yeah.
There's no job too small. Oh well, a quick single could be trouble.
No, it's
is
trouble
for Sophie McMahon. A terrible run, unfortunately. Alice Tector looking to try and rotate the strike, and she sold McMahon down the river at 3 dots, doing the damage for the Typhoons as the run out adds problems for the Scorchers. McMahon was looking good. She'd been run out for 11 from 10 deliveries. Scorchers 102 for 5.
Yeah, that's a really disappointing wicket for the Scorchers. You know, the bowling's been good and the fielding been okay. They've been taking their catches mostly, but just the giveaway wicket there of a run out. Bowling side don't really have to do anything. You'll see Laura Delaney just bowling stump to stump, played into the offside and really straight to cover. And to be fair, Canning's throw was a good one, right over the stumps. Not much work to do for Loughran there.
It was all Leinster Cricket Club. Sophie from Leinster Cricket Club run out. The bowler, Delaney from Leinster, the fielder and the wicketkeeper. So they can chat about that at their club game later the week.
I'd say they'll be having a chat about it, all right. But yeah, giveaway wicket there. Just as we've said, the Scorchers were slowly but surely getting their way back into the game. And they've thrown that one away. Sophie McMahon had got away. As we said, if she had hung around for another 10 overs, let's say, it certainly would have increased the run rate, you would have thought. But she's gone. Sector's got to put that right out of her mind and forget about it for the rest of the innings. It's brought Claire Webber to the crease now. 2 balls left in the 29th.
Well, that's the kind of shot that Tector would have been looking to play. Just piercing the gap between point and extra cover. Ava Canning is good at anticipating that one to her left. That's what caused the run out. So Alice Tector back on strike. How will she react after that run out?
Yeah, as I say, she's just got to forget about it now. We can certainly talk about it later, but she's got a job to do. Can't let it affect her here. Got to keep going. That's the perfect shot there. That's exactly what she was trying to do. Push it into the offside. Nicely timed. Gets a single. Another wicket goes though. 5 down now. 104 on the board after 29.
Rack.
Sarah Craig going to continue. We approach 30 overs here. It's been a difficult series for Claire Webber. She hasn't really got a big score so far for the Scorchers. Today would be the perfect day to do so. Really put something on the board for her bowlers. Shot into the offside again, but Sarah Forbes does the fielding. Just one, that'll bring Claire Webber on the strike.
Yeah, just over 20 overs left in the innings, so if they can just start to look to do that, push it out to the cover boundary fielder, tick the strike over for maybe 7-8 overs, and then start to attack maybe 10-12 overs left in the game. Nice handy little edge. That'll be lots of work for Alice Walsh to do. Too much, in fact, as that races away to the boundary. I don't think it was on purpose, but she'll take it, Claire Webber, her first boundary.
I think you'd be fairly certain it wasn't on purpose, just playing a fairly straight bat shot and definite edge. Runs away. You can see still quite a quick outfield. Something similar, but Alice Walsh had been moved a lot finer and can do the fielding there. Nice return.
She's a really handy person to have, Alice Walsh, in the field. She's so quick across the ground.
Yeah, we were talking about fielding positions and people getting into fielding positions. I think Ellie McGee's certainly one of those. She's been placed out on the boundary exclusively all year. Every time I look out to the boundary, I see the number 4 standing out there. And she's just been deposited out on the cover boundary all year.
I think
right
that's
there, where should be. That's exactly where she should be. I'd be saying Ellie McGee fields the ball.
It's actually where Rebecca Stokel often fields, but as captain, she's in the ring. Used to seeing her on the cover boundary or mid wicket. She's in the mid wicket on the 1 at the moment. Alice Tector is another one they deposit out in the boundary quite a lot. Bit of respect shown by Claire Webber. But a good over this for the Scorchers, 7 from it so far. And she'll get another streaky looking signal to close out that over. Won't be 2, just the 1. 30 gone. Scorchers 112 for 5. With that, thank you very much to Annie McConnell, who's earned a well-deserved break. And welcome back, Celeste Rack.
Thanks. It's got a lot colder while I've been absent, and Ali's been doing a great job. And Alice Tector is moving along nicely.
Yes, she's looking a bit more comfortable aside from that run out, which I'm sure she'll be trying to keep away from her mind, but difficult to do.
It's hard not to stop thinking about it when that's happened, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to stop. All right, Laura Delaney will continue. She was the bowler that created the mischief because she was bowling dots to Tector. Forced the mistake. She does just bowl stump to stump, Laura Delaney. Great to see her out there. I was wondering would she bowl because it's a shoulder injury that she's had. And it looks okay. I think she's had injections and various things. Smile on the face, so not in pain or anything. Maybe she's just relieved that it's going well.
It's rare to see her bowl a short spell and then come off. So I was worried that we wouldn't see her again after her first spell, but perhaps that's the directive, to take it small doses at once.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since the first 2 games in that Sri Lanka series coming up are T20s. Those in Pembroke coming up, 11th and 13th. 3 p.m. starts, I believe.
I think they are, yes, afternoon games.
Yep.
There's nothing better than Pembroke when, afternoon people are finishing work, coming in, hopefully finishing work a bit early.
Take a quick single, Lar McBride throws, and another run out. Well, she'd moved that little bit squarer after that previous shot into the leg side. Alice Tector trusted the call, just didn't even get close to getting home. It's been 2 run outs in 3 overs for the Scorchers, and they can ill afford it. And after a long stay at the crease, Alice Tector goes for 34 from 70, and the Scorchers lose another wicket, so 112 for 6.
It's a real shame when she did all the hard work and was starting to run out of side prior over, starting to look more comfortable in herself out there. So that's the end of Alice Tector for 34, and Scorchers find themselves in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is what happened. Claire Webber looking to rotate the strike, hit it into the leg side. Tector had a little pause. That's what's cost her. Rather than just setting off, I think if she had just gone when the call came, she would have got home. That's one of the issues with batting with people you're not used to. You don't have that understanding. But it was a very tight run anyway. I don't think it should have been called through. Jane Maguire, the new batter in, has a very handy batter. I think she should do better than she does. Throws her wicket away on occasion. And she's coming in quite early, really. Number 8 is early for her. Hits a heavy ball. The umpires need to change their hats with the wind causing trouble. 2 nude nuts out there. They need the caps.
That's always the sign of the howling wind. Sometimes, at least in club cricket, when the bails come off, you know that's a windy day. But I agree with you about Jane Maguire. We see Ava Canning getting pushed up the order a little bit, who'd be in a similar kind of boat early in her career. And Jane Maguire also has the potential to get opportunity higher up the order and show us what she can do.
Yeah, exactly. Laura Delaney, she's just such a competitor. Did you see her celebration after that run out?
Oh, it doesn't matter what game it is, whether it's the World Cup, whether it's club cricket, whether it's anything. Laura Delaney is in the game, and you can see the passion she has out there.
Well, there is a single. Lara McBride does anticipate very well, but she couldn't cut that one off. Yeah, I think she celebrated even more than she would if it had been a wicket going to her name. Yeah, she didn't actually get the credit for that one, but she was absolutely delighted to take that wicket, that team wicket.
Yeah, well, it's great, and it's just a sign that the Typhoons are closing the innings out where they've struggled to do that in the past.
Another single into the leg side.
Of course, whilst they've had a great fielding inning so far, it's always only half the job, and the batting for them has been a bit of an issue.
Yeah, well, they'll be strengthened immeasurably by Delaney coming into the team. She's been a mainstay for the Typhoons for a very long time. they'll be keen to try and get this innings done and dusted quickly. That's a good take from Joanna Loughran to stay low down leg side. Rain forecast to come later on, so if Typhoons can take these last 4 wickets quickly, they'll want to get out and bat in hand as soon as they can.
Absolutely, and we've seen the tail drag on in these games and sometimes be the difference between a team winning and losing, so it's important for the Typhoons to take hold of the good start they've had and carry on from there.
31 gone. Scorchers 115 for 6. You've developed your commentary note taking there, Celeste.
Oh, I've always been a bit of a nerd, Isabel, and it was just finding exactly how I make this nerdy as well. So, although I can't read my own writing, so that's the only drawback. All this work and I can't figure out what I've written.
Yeah, that's something you need to work on, definitely.
It's there's always something to work on, isn't there?
There are no highlighters either. I don't see any different colours on your sheet. That's something to think about bringing into your game.
You know me, I'm not a woman for colour. I'm not one for colour in anything I wear or anything I do. So I think black and white and plain would be would be me.
Okay, fair enough.
Boring.
Back in your box as well.
Yeah, where you belong.
Freya Sargent went back on to replace Zara Craig. Good move this, as the 2 batters that she had been bowling to are now gone. Questions now for Webber and Maguire. I think Webber will be disappointed to be so far down the order. We've seen her at the top of the innings for the Scorchers, mainly in the T20 games, so she'll want to prove something out here.
It's hard when you don't feel like your position in the order is stable. If you've had a few chances up the top and you feel like the axe is being sharpened, so at least she's got plenty of time here.
Yep. A much quicker one there from Sargent, straight to Delaney and cover.
Sargent tight with her bowling as always, and really showing that she is the spinner that should be consistent in all of the formats as the number 1 pick for Ireland with the ball. I was saying earlier, Amy Maguire has been very impressive as well. And it's great to see these young spinners coming through and nothing seems to faze them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the difference, I suppose, is that Sargent's been a spinner for a bit longer. Amy Maguire changed from left arm seam to spin a couple of years ago, so it's just sometimes you can see the different action coming in, whereas Sargent, an out and out off spinner. But it's really exciting to think of them both. They're both under 19, so they've got that under 19 World Cup coming up. Really tidy over, which is the single from at 32 gone. Scorchers 116 for 6. Yeah, under 19 World Cup coming up in the new year.
Yeah, it's going to be a real one to watch, and obviously the Irish team, I'm expecting them to be very strong, but there's a lot of great players around the world that we're starting to see emerge into international cricket.
Well, a few starts for the Scorchers, nobody able to go on and make a big score. Texture, the highest score so far, 34 from 70. Leah Paul looked pretty good before she threw it away, 20 from 40. And you have to feel for McMahon there, because she was probably the most settled looking batter, 11 from 10 before she was run out. So the top order all back in the hutch. Webber and Maguire, the ones who are being asked to see if they can elevate that score to something they can defend. Ava Canning, well, something we don't see too much from Ava Canning is a second spell. She's generally bowls really well up top, but it's her second spell that lets her down on occasion. Not as much swing there, so missed out. Claire Webber was wide. It was a length that you could get your hands through.
And as the competition for spots in the bowling lineup builds, it's definitely something that Ava Canning is going to need to develop a really strong second spell and options, because we can't really have a seamer bowling 7 or 8 overs in the 6 or 7 overs even in the ODIs.
Really good strong looking shot from Webber. Good power. Well dealt with in the deep by Zara Craig. Will be just a couple. No, 100%. I think that might be one of the reasons why Ava Canning's working so hard on her batting, because if she can become an all-rounder, maybe then there's space for her with ball in hand. If she can build up to being a 6 or a 7, that's probably the best way for her. But the likes of Jane Maguire are much more comfortable at coming back for the second spell.
And Orla Prendergast staying fit for the whole season, injury-wise, is huge for Ireland and means that they're able to pick one less bowler as well and strengthen the batting lineup.
It's an edge and gone. Straight away, the celebration there. An excellent take by Joanna Loughran. That was not an easy one. Stayed low, and she managed to collect that from about ankle height. Claire Webber chasing a wide one. Just hung the bat out to dry, and she's taken the edge. So Ava Canning coming back for her second spell and proving incisive straight away. Webber goes for 11 from 19, and the Scorchers lose their 7th. They're 118 for 7.
And this is how the damage was done from Canning. She's bowled a wider line here, and in a second spell the ball's not swinging as much, so doesn't get the ball to come in as much as she usually would. Weber has had zero footwork there and just reached, and unfortunately has taken the edge.
Well, unfortunately for
herself.
Scorchers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're a Typhoon, very fortunately.
I think as a neutral as well, you'd enjoy that one, because the take from Joanna Loughran was excellent, and the celebration even better. Ellie McGee from Rush in next with the bat. More than capable batter. I think the thing for a lot of these players, there's no 50 over cricket in the club game anymore. So very difficult for the youngsters to learn their trade, the longer form of the game, just T20 cricket pretty much throughout the island. So Ellie McGee, not someone who'd be used to having over 17 overs left to bat when she's coming in at number 9.
And you make a great point there. That's been a change this year. We had the 40 over competition previously in club cricket. We don't have that anymore. So that is a real challenge for these players to try and build an innings when all they're doing every week is trying to score off every ball.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to figure out how to plug that gap. There's just not the appetite in club cricket for the longer form. Oh, well, that one's just held its line somewhat. Cleverly dealt with by Jane Maguire, who left that alone. Let's have a look and see what's happened. Yeah, just hit the seam and popped a little bit. And Joanna Loughran enjoyed it as well. 3 runs in the wicket from the over, 33 done, 119 for 7.
Part of what makes Ava Canning so challenging is that she's a very tall bowler. She's almost 6 foot tall and gets a good bit of bounce when the ball hits the seam. Usually someone that's her pace is usually coming from a lower angle, so it can throw the batter off on that length.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it hits the seam. Freya Sargent to continue. Great to have all these off spinners to call on for Rebecca Stokel. I think we'll probably see Lara McBride before too long. Exactly the type of bowler you want bowling at the lower order. No pace on the ball. Freya Sargent bowling a nice tight line and length. Much quicker spinner. Well worked into the leg side by McGee. Lots of respect being shown here. 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side.
I was going to ask you what you think about that field. Is McGee's just come in. She may be powerful in her own right, but it's very hard to go in and hit boundaries straight away when you've just come in this situation. What do you think about no short mid wicket?
Yeah, I think that mid wicket should be in on the ring. She does tend to hit it in the air as well, Ellie McGee, so she's a chance for a catch in the leg side there.
The last thing you want is to make it too easy for these two to score singles and get themselves going.
Maybe it's a ploy to try and get them to hit that way.
It could well be a ploy.
Arm balls.
Could well be a ploy. Watch Sargent prove me wrong now.
Jane Maguire just trying to dab that one down to third. Difficult to get the ball past Joanna Loughran actually with that shot.
It is, especially the angle that Sargent comes in. I mean, the pace that Sargent bowls compared to someone like a Laura McBride, it can be a bit more effective, but it's a tough shot to score off.
Yeah, and she made contact there, but there's two fielders in point, Lara McBride and Alice Walsh, so she needs to get a much finer touch on it to get it finer of third. Aerial gone. Alice Walsh takes the catch. Jane Maguire looks to take the game on, and all she can find is a thick edge. Alice Walsh, well, it flew to her. Got two hands around it. An easy chance in the end, but you still got to catch it. Jane Maguire throws her head to the sky. She's thrown it away a little bit. She goes for one. The Scorchers in all sorts of trouble. They've lost their 8th. 120 for 8.
And this is how it all happened, with Sargent building pressure for quite a few balls before. Maguire struggling to score. She's given her the width again, and Maguire's thrown her hands at it, but hasn't worked out for her. She's hit it far too square into the hands of Alice Walsh.
One Maguire replaces another. Amy Maguire going out at number 10 for the Scorchers. She replaces her sister Jane. Both play their cricket at the Hills Cricket Club. And Amy Maguire and Ellie McGee know each other very well on the under-19s together. And both involved with the Scorchers as well, of course. Amy Maguire, I think, is a clever batter. Tends to play the ball along the ground a little bit more than her sister. And very, very quick between the wickets. And that's a real strength of hers, the running between the wickets and covering the ground in the field as well.
They're quite a contrast from each other in how they play their cricket, Jane and Amy.
Yeah.
And one's a seamer, one's now a spinner. Jane likes to hit in traditional lower order areas, hits the ball hard. Amy would be a little bit more of a deflector, runs between wickets, different builds, different strengths. So they're an interesting duo, but very effective for the Hills.
I've never heard that phrase used like that, deflector.
Deflector.
It's exactly what Amy Maguire does. She hits it quite late. So if you'd usually be square in point, you've got to take a few steps to your left when you're fielding for her. Same in extra cover and mid-off. And Jane, I think, plays Gaelic football, right? And Amy plays hockey, so that might explain it.
There's a bit of hurling in Jane as well. Absolutely. A bit of camogie, my apologies.
We'll forgive you.
Thank you.
You're 20 odd years in Australia before coming over this side of the world, the better side of the world.
Yeah, before I learnt how to live better.
Freya Sargent deserved that wicket. She's bowled really well all game. There's that little dab we were talking about. Finds the gap straight away. She says to her sister Jane, "This is how you do it." Gets off the mark straight away. So another over of Sargent comes to a close. She's got 1 over left in her spell. 34 gone. 121 for 8. This is the final game in the Evoke Super 50 Cup. The Scorchers and the Dragons on equal points with 18 points each. So the Scorchers looking to make it an out-and-out win with points today. Does look like they've won already anyway, because if the Typhoons do beat them today, which it's looking very possible that they will, the Scorchers have won on head-to-heads against the Dragons.
It's still not the same if you lift the cup and you've lost on the day, so
Yeah.
they'll want to be winning both the cup and the match today and finishing the tournament in style.
Ava Canning continuing. That's always the case, isn't it, when there's only 2 wickets left to get in the game, that you want to have the ball in hand.
Sure.
Ava Canning with her second spell. She's taken that wicket in the previous over. She'll be keen for another couple. Wouldn't that be nice? 4 for 14.
It'd be brilliant. She's bowled very well today so far.
Like floaty full one. Just goes under the bat of Maguire. It was there to hit. She missed out.
threat can be, which we see a lot in cricket, especially with the tail enders, that when you're searching too hard for a wicket and you're really thinking, okay, I'm going to get this batter out, end up bowling much less accurate than what you did early on, and potentially bowling what you bowled to the better batters early on is the way to go.
Yeah, I think that's what we see Laura Delaney do really well. She doesn't search for the wickets. She just goes stump to stump, good length, and then she didn't in fact take the wickets. She forced the run-outs, 2 run-outs off her bowling. So she's a good model for how to bowl when you're kind of thinking of taking wickets, rather just stick to your processes, stick to the game plan.
You're absolutely right, and she's always finds herself in the game.
Well, that's a nice contact from Amy Maguire. Freya Sargent's taken a tumble in mid-off as she looked to turn and go for that, and I hope she's not injured herself here because she looks a little bit in discomfort.
She's still on the floor there, Sargent, so thoughts are with her, but Maguire has decided to go over the top, and it was a great decision, but Sargent has rolled on her ankle there, gone over, and it doesn't look great for her at the moment. She's getting up though, fortunately.
Well, she'll be glad to know. In fact, it's not Sargent, it's Vandership.
All we saw was the blonde hair. Apologies to both players.
Sargent's in point. Well, I was worried about the Sri Lanka series.
So was I.
And
at least Vanderskip can watch that with her foot up.
Yeah, exactly.
But she looks to be okay, fortunately.
The good news for her is that the ball went miles over her head, so she hasn't missed out on a chance for a catch or to stop the boundary. Ava Canning goes for 4 there after 3 dots. And just pulls her length back ever so slightly. Amanda Skiff still has overs left that she could bowl, so she'll be keen not to be injured and maybe get another opportunity to take some wickets.
Yeah, for sure. She's going to try and get rid of that limp so that Captain Stokel looks over and thinks, I'm going to bowl her.
Oh, that's a blasted shot straight. They've taken on the fielder, Vanderskip. Amy Maguire gets home safe and sound. So 5 from the over, 35 gone. 126 for 8.
Looking very positive there, Maguire. She's playing her shots, running hard. And it's great to see that positivity at this stage of the game when there's potentially still so much to go for the Scorchers if they can create a partnership here.
Yeah, what do you reckon they're aiming at? To bat the overs, to try and get above 150? What's the chat there?
Yeah, it's hard to know, especially like you say, these girls haven't played a whole lot of 50 over cricket. But if I were them, I'd try and take it in potentially in 5 or 10 over 5 over blocks and say, all right, we're going to get to here by here. I find it can get be a bit overwhelming as a tail ender if you're looking at the next 15 overs. What would you be doing if you were them?
Yeah, it's not a familiar position, being 8 down in 35 overs, but I guess just maybe being robust in your defence. Maybe face out Sargent. She's looked dangerous, and what would I know? Just whack it between mid-wicket and mid-on. I don't think that it's in them, these 18-year-olds, to just knock it around, is it?
I agree with you. I don't know what I kind of wish that my brain was programmed like theirs, but yeah, there's not much self-preservation in their mind. There's not much fear, and it's in a way it's great to see.
Well, that's clever bowling from Freya Sargent. Takes all the pace off that one. Has Annie McGee playing multiple shots, and in the end doesn't make contact. So she's making her final over count here, Freya Sargent. McGee played all around that one. She goes for 2 as the Scorchers lose their 9th, 127 for 9. She's going walking back there wondering what has just happened, Ellie McGee.
And this is a great change of pace here that we're about to see from Sargent. You watch Ellie McGee get completely fooled by the slower delivery. Her head goes to the offside, and she plays completely across it. Far too early, and that is very well bowled from Sargent. Clever bowling to the lower order batters.
And Niamh McNulty, the last player out. Again, another one of the under-19s. Very much a seam bowler, but has good strength with bat in hand. just her main problem. She just hits it in the air a bit too much. Gives opportunities to take her wicket. She won't be comfortable against Freya Sargent.
It's certainly not who you want to come on and face in the last 3 balls of a spell. But McNulty, we've seen in club cricket, is a clever batter. She's got a good cricket brain for her age. And I think she'll have the ability to see these next 3 balls off if she makes the right decisions.
Well, that's the kind of shot that I question. Why have you pushed through it? That just block it, because and if you're at home wondering what I mean is pushing at that. You're never scoring a run, so why swing through the shot? Just block it. Don't give yourself an opportunity to get out. A similar one there, but probably held back a little bit more there, Niamh McNulty.
How many times do we see the in-between shots where it's not a really solid defence or a really certain shot? They're the ones that people tend to get out on. You make a great point with that.
Yeah, I think we might see a slower one here. That's what I would bowl if I was Freya Sargent, try and lull her into the shot. Yeah, much slower, but oh well, they're taking on Ava Canning. It was almost 3 different types of modes of dismissals. Doesn't reach Ava Canning, and they've run a single off that one. A little misfield from Canning means that the run out wasn't affected. So 36 gone, 128 for 9.
Freya Sargent finishes the spell there, 2 for 25 off her 10. That is a 2.5 and over. That is, very impressive from her, and it's what we've come to expect now.
And she just has such good command of her bowling. That last delivery aside, full toss is not a usual one for her, but she was trying to bowl the slower one. See if she could get Niamh McNulty to get herself out. It almost worked. Lara McBride now will come on, will replace Ava Canning at the north end. She's bowled really well so far today. 1 maiden, 1 wicket, 12 runs, just the 4 overs. They've embarrassment of riches when it comes to off spin in this team. McBride, Forbes and Sargent. Full toss and gone. Just looks to work that to leg side. Niamh McNulty misses it, and Lara McBride so often is full and straight. A good change of bowling yet again from skipper Rebecca Stokel, who can be pleased with her bowling changes in particular. McNulty goes for 1, and Scorchers all out on 128 in just 36 overs, and that will be disappointing for Jay Shalat that they didn't manage to get even close to batting out their overs. McBride finishes with 2 for 12 from her 4.1 overs. McNulty, the last out, 1 from 4. Amy Maguire is left stranded on 7 from 9.
McBride is dangerous bowler to the tail, putting no pace on the ball. She's thrown it right up there. See, straight over the eye line. McNulty has gone across the ball, which wasn't the best decision in hindsight.
Azam Ali Beg lifting the finger there was one of the easier decisions in his umpiring career, no doubt. So after winning the toss and electing to bowl, they've been proven to make a good decision, the Typhoons, because they've got the Scorchers all out inside 37 overs.
Thought it was quite brave of them at the start to put the Scorchers in there.
And batting wise, it's not been good reading for the Scorchers. Tector top scoring 34 from 70 deliveries. None of the batters looking too comfortable, truth be told. A couple of run outs adding insult to injury. Maguire left on 7, not out. 2 openers not making much of a fist of things, both out on 6. Leah Paul, the second top scorer, the captain, 20 from 40. So they finished on 128 in just over 36 overs.
And there's nothing particularly impressive here other than the one partnership between Tector and Coulter Riley. Tector spent a long time out in the middle there, was able to build partnerships with Paul, Coulter Riley and McMahon before that run out. But other than that, partnerships were short-lived and wickets were fairly frequent throughout the innings.
Yeah, all the bowlers performed well for the Typhoons, in particular Canning 2 for 19 from her 8 overs. Great economy rate as well, 2.38 runs per over. Sargent probably the other pick, 2 for 25 from her 10. 2 wickets as well for McBride, who took the last one there that you just saw, and one each for Craig and Van der Skiff. And didn't even have to bowl their 50 overs, just the 36.1 overs bowled, and that's what's happened so far. After electing to bowl first, the Typhoons have done an excellent job to keep the Scorchers down to just 128 in 36.1 overs. Bowlers all performing well. Wickets shared around McBride, Canning and Sargent, 2 each, and Tector and Paul the only 2 to make any impact with bat in hand. So the Typhoons, they'll have to chase down 129 for victory. We're going straight back out with just a short break, so make sure you stay with us for more live action. In about 10 minutes time we'll resume play.
Okay, welcome back everyone here to Oak Hill, where we have the two teams back out in the middle again, with the Typhoons just about to start their innings, chasing 129. Jim Maguire bowling to Sarah Forbes. Yeah, the Scorchers bowled out for 128. Difficult conditions out there, but nobody really managed to get control of it. And let's take their top scored. And as you can see on screen, I'm delighted to be joined once again by Celeste Rack. Do we think this is going to be a routine chase for the Typhoons?
It never seems to be easy, especially at Oak Hill. What we're going to need is a good partnership somewhere along the way. And sometimes these lower scores are always the most difficult to chase. So despite there not being as many runs as the Scorchers would have liked out there, we're only halfway through, and the Scorchers bowlers have shown that they're up to the task throughout the series. So it'll be interesting to see how this innings progresses.
Yeah, we've got a little period here before lunch because the Scorchers had been bowled out long before their 50 overs. Rather than take the normal mid-innings, it's been decided that players go straight back out. I think we're going to continue to around about 5 to the hour. So we'll probably get around 10 overs in, roughly.
It can be a tough time to bat, can't it, Ali?
Well, just, what's your mindset? It's like a wee bit like a test match in a way. You're coming up to a luncheon break and there's a little short period. Bit of a no-win situation, really. That's about 3 or 4 stops we've had from Jim Maguire. He's opening the bowling. She's going to do a run up again. We've mentioned it a few times today that definitely the conditions out there are difficult. We're up on the top of the hill here. We can feel the wind. Down on the ground, I'm sure it's difficult for the girls out there.
It's not an easy time to be bowling, especially for someone like Jim Maguire who gets a lot of movement. As we see her stop with a run up again.
Yeah, Molly Beck, that's about the 4th time he signalled dead ball.
It's keeping Adam's arms warm at least. Saw a little hop there before she released the ball that we don't usually see from Jane, so it was a bit of a disjointed run up on the 5th time lucky.
Yeah, definitely struggling to get her rhythm there. Hasn't affected the outcome at the moment, but can't be easy if your run-up's not set.
Again, she's struggling.
Yeah, we always talk to youngsters and say the first thing you got to get sorted is your run-up, so you're not even thinking about your run-up, and as soon as you start to, it's bound to affect your bowling.
Oh, that's it. So hard to be consistent if your run-up isn't consistent, and despite that, Maguire's managed to bowl 4 dots and a single, so like you said, the outcome's not detrimental, but she'll want to get that sorted as soon as possible and get herself back into the rhythm that she's had throughout the series.
Yeah, she has bowled really well throughout the series. Probably one of the major reasons for the Scorchers' success this year. Fairly consistent up top with Alice Tector. They've bowled really well as a partnership. Close out the over, and a nice line to finish from Maguire. She's probably done a few extra yards than she wanted to there, but manages to get through the over and just a single off it, and it's one without loss.
GPS statistics are positive for that.
Most definitely.
Although the captain's looking at her about the over rate and isn't as happy. But sure, it shouldn't come into it today. If the Scorchers are to win this game, it won't be a 50 over affair, you wouldn't think, for the Typhoons.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. They're looking to get off the mark here in this last game of the series. This Hector just sets down her marker. She'll be opening the bowling here. Bowling to Sarah Forbes. Got a slip, first slip, and then probably a fourth. point, cover and mid-off on the offside. Tector in. Oh, that's a nice delivery to start with.
It's a lovely start from Tector, and we're just only speaking earlier to her father about how excited she is to be included in the Irish women's squad for the first time at this upcoming series against Sri Lanka that we're all very excited about, but none more than Alice Tector, who may be lucky enough to make her debut.
That's another beauty. Just a little bit of shape and good length as well, drawing forms into the drive. You see it again here, just a good line of length from an opener. Just moving away there off the pitch. Really nice, and I think that's what's been really impressive about her. She bowls a fairly regular opening spell, swinging it away, trying to pitch it up and let it swing. Second slip comes in, and then when she comes back at the death, then changes her targets to bowl stump to stump then and try and target the stumps at the end of an innings.
And I was just looking at the scorecard for the game in North County that you were at, and
Yeah.
it was a really high-scoring game, but Alice Tector managed to have a really low economy rate for a young player. That's impressive.
Small ground, and that particular day, a small boundary on one side, and she really bowled well to that. You know, used the conditions and bowled really well. It's their adaptability. We talked about it in her batting earlier on. That's left alone. We talked about it in her batting earlier on as to how she was going to change from, you know, trying to dot ball it, trying to move and get the strike. It's the same in her bowling, but she seems to adapt really well in her bowling to conditions and decide what's the best thing I can do here to prevent boundaries, dot balls, and try and take wickets as well. She's really come on well with the bowling in terms of that. There's the stats on the screen. She'll be looking for just one more today. I think I'll give her we'll have to think of a title for it for top wickets.
We have to have a name for it
We've
because
definitely got to get a name for it.
I might be a bit biased, but I think it's the most important one. Most important trophy. But we talked before about how there's less 50 over cricket for young players at the moment in women's cricket in Leinster, and it obviously impacts batting, but it's also hard to put a bowling innings together when you haven't had much experience 50 over cricket.
A little high there. Yeah, in fact, even talking about Leinster cricket, there's absolutely none in the NCU and the Northwest. No 50 over cricket at all. So it really is. I mean, we've talked about one of the guys from the Test match, Andy McBride, bowling in T20. He gets 4 overs and he really doesn't get into a rhythm. Andy McBride is a bowler, loves to get into a rhythm, bowl 6-7, set batters up, even in one-day games. You know, the Test match is a different level of game, but for girls that have to bowl 6-7 over spells and not just rock up for 24 balls and you're off, to bowl spells and try and work out where you're going to bowl, it's a different skill.
I think growing up it was always great to be given the ball and you park yourself at one end for 15 overs straight. But yeah, it's very much, it's quick. You have to adapt. You have to be ready to go from ball one. Gone are the days now with cricket where you can bowl yourself into your spell.
Yeah, it's difficult, and as you mentioned, that's what Alice Tector's done really well this year. Bowls up top and then comes back at the end. So yeah, that's what she's looking for, just one wicket then. Well, Cara Murray has got 11 as well, both sitting on 11 at the minute, so one wicket should get her to that top wicket taker. Gabby Lewis has broken her own record today, gone for the Super Series aggregate runs, but that's a nice shot on the offside, a little bit of width, hit into the offside, teaser for the fielder. And Sophie McMahon chasing that one down, and he teased her the whole way to the boundary, but gets there, and that's the first boundary. Robin Searle gets it away on the offside. Boundary.
She'll be delighted with that. That's her favourite shot. It's what she is waiting for early in her innings. Bit of width, nice and full. No one back on the offside. So she'll be hoping to get another ball in that area sometime soon.
Yeah, nice to get away. That's beautifully bowled. Just held that one back. And you mentioned she wanted something a bit of width. Searle just playing way too early there. That's well bowled from Jane Maguire. Been struggling with her run up so far, but not struggling with her accuracy there. Robin Searle is bowled for that boundary. 4 from 4.
It's an extremely well executed slow ball, isn't it, from Maguire? And we've seen her bowl plenty of them throughout the series, but the bravery to bowl one so much slower when you've just been hit for 4, and then when you're struggling with your rhythm, is very impressive. You can see there that she's taken so much pace off. Searle is way too early, and the off cutter has turned and taken the middle stump.
Yeah, really nicely bowled, you have to say. You're exactly right. You've just probably been hit for 4 through the offside. Your immediate thought would be, let me just bowl a normal ball here off stump, dot ball, but she's tried something different there, and it's really worked out. And nice piece of bowling from Maguire. And the breakthrough that Scorchers are really going to need, you'd like to think that they're going to need at least 2 or 3 in the power play here to really put the pressure on Typhoons. They've decided to send out wicket keeper Joanne Loughran, who's coming in at 3.
Robin Searle is an older player with a lot of experience. She's quite a calming influence out there in frantic situations, and her being replaced with the young Joanna Loughran, who's still proving her stripes, is a really big wicket for the Scorchers, and the start that they really wanted.
Yeah, but immediately, really interesting field here. I'm just looking out on the pitch here, and you see sort of yellow and orange shirts everywhere, it seems. Oh, it's just in front of Gary Lewis, who's at a sort of gully area. Almost worked directly into her there.
We saw some impressive signs from Loughran, who was batting down the order when we were in Railway Union a week and a half ago. She's not really known for being a big boundary hitter, and she was backing away, she was paddling, she was lapping, and she was creating space. Very different time in the innings now, and they're really putting the pressure on her, which I think is a really good move.
Yeah, you can see on your screen there, there's 2 fielders, one off, one on, really tight. And just looking for that lofted drive possibly on either side of the wicket. It's a little short, but it's mistimed, and Amy Maguire's hands are good. And she has taken the wicket. A little ploy has worked for the Scorchers. And there on your screen you can see they are buzzing. 2 wickets already. And you can see when a plan works, and they are really happy with that. John Loughran pushed up the order, but can't get off the mark. She's gone for a duck.
She'll be disappointed with that as well. She really impressed last time that she got an opportunity, and that was one of those shots we were saying that was probably not necessary in that situation. So Maguire coming in here, dropping the ball shorter, and it wasn't really a pull shot, definitely wasn't a defensive shot. She was kind of caught in 2 minds. She scooped it straight to Leah Paul there.
Technique ways there. Don't really get the hold of it, and will be disappointed to haven't, as I say, been given that opportunity. That brings the skipper out to the middle. Rebecca Stokel certainly wouldn't have wanted to be coming out this early. Just 2 overs gone in the innings. 3 rather. 2 overs from Maguire. He's taken 2 wickets in that over. Badly needed. Contact her follow up. So they've had a bit of a chat there in that first over, that these small totals can be difficult at times. Just 128 on the board, but immediately with 2 wickets down, the pressure conversely back on the team with the bat now.
Oh, for sure. And you look at it there, the attacking fields that the Scorchers are setting, they're full of energy. It's all looking very positive for them at the moment. They really have no room to give these batters a chance to get a partnership going with a total like that.
Well, that's it. The Typhoons have got to think like that, and that we have one even decent partnership here. We've pretty much broke the back of the chase, but easier said than done at the moment. A bit of pressure on from these two opening bowlers.
When your team hasn't been winning, losing can be a little bit contagious, can't it? Makes it hard to find a win. As Webber seems much more interested about her hat than getting the ball back in. Trying to save the 5-run penalty, I think.
Possibly what it was, actually.
Can't have messy hair on the screen, Ali.
It was actually a nice shot from Sarah Forbes. A little bit of shape, but good stride forward on that occasion from Forbes. But this time, swing beats the drive.
Must be nice being Alice Tector, youngest player in the squad at the moment, the Irish squad. You're bowling to Sarah Forbes. You've got 3 slips. Wind behind you.
And maybe like somebody to take a bit of a snap of that. It's a nice sight. You're opening the bowling in a 50 over game, and you've got keeper in 3 slips waiting. But it's the consistency that's really so good to see, that a skipper's happy to say, well, I know that she's going to be able to bowl in that channel fairly regularly, so I'm happy to give her certainly 1 slip to start, and having seen the first sort of over and a half from her here, beat the bat a couple of times already, so happy to give her. Close catchers behind the wicket, there they are, 3 of them, and there's the second over done, just the 2 runs from that drive. And after 4 overs, the Typhoons chasing 129 are 7 for 2.
The ability to bowl to a 7-2 field for a young bowler is a tough one as well when the wind's blustering. It's always tough when you've had one fielder, you're used to bowling to a 6-3, and then you've got a 7-2, and in the back of your mind you've got don't bowl too straight, don't bowl too straight.
Well, that's it. We always talk about trying to stack an offside, but then that creates the pressure for the bowlers, because if they do bowl, obviously the idea is to try and hit the stumps, but as soon as you're being told that you can't bowl straight because it's going to be worked into the leg side, it can be difficult at times. But as I say, that's been our strength this year, is our consistency in that line in the opening spell, and then coming back later, and then returning to bowl at the stumps. Then that's where she's picked up her wickets late on as well. So Rebecca Stokell, it's her first delivery. In comes Maguire.
You can see the 2 short fielders have maintained their positions for Stokell. I do not envy Una Raymond Hoey there at short cover. Rebecca Stokell is a very different batter to Loughran, and if she hits one, they get hit very hard.
Definitely, that's an area in there I'll be looking at. Ball gets up. Oh, that's in the leg side. I was just going to say, if it's up on the offside, worked it to leg. Nice shot.
At least Captain Leah Paul has put herself in there as well, not one of the young ones. So she can't. She can't be blamed if someone else gets hit, because she's put herself in the firing line too.
Yeah, versus I think I'll be a bit of a chat with her later on. She's wearing the wrong shirt there. There's Leah.
Just trying to fool us, isn't she?
Definitely, yeah, she is.
I'd say Leah doesn't know where her jumper is, knowing Leah.
And a stolen one.
Yep. It's the only advantage if you're not planning to bowl, and you normally would. You can layer up with as many jumpers as you please.
And definitely required today, because it's chilly out there. Conditions quite difficult. Reminds me of a early April or late September sort of day. That's pretty much every day at the minute.
You can't help but feel for Maguire in that 3 overs in, she's still struggling with her run-up.
Yeah.
And she's 2 for 7, so she doesn't have too much to feel bad about, but it is frustrating for herself, I'm sure, that she hasn't found a rhythm yet.
Full toss, possibly due to that, and that's nicely timed. There's your difference right there. Doesn't really need to hit that hard, just times it into the leg side, and once it beats the infield here, it's going to run away. You can see, just make sure she gets good connection on it. Runs away for 4.
She's strong, Rebecca Stokel is, and she doesn't leave you much margin for error. If you get it wrong, she'll put it away for 4 rather than singles like we've seen from some of the other batters today.
Just drew into that shot. Let's take the off stump. 6 from that over. 5 gone. 13 for 2. Yeah, she practices the leave. Batter's trick. 10 seconds after you should have done it. Just lets it go. Practices the leave. Yeah, the Typhoons, as we've mentioned a few times, haven't had a win all season. I remember going all the way back. The opening game of the season in this Super Series 50 was up in Belmont, Belfast at CIYMS Club, and that was the Dragons against the Typhoons. They were only chasing, I think, 180 or 190, and Rebecca Stokel came in early in that innings as well and played, for me, one of the best innings this season. Hit the ball really nicely. But unfortunately, that could be a wicket, and is gone. Well, my goodness. They are running through them now, the Scorchers. That's 3 down. Forbes is gone. Hector had beaten the bat a good few times in her first 2 overs. This time, takes the edge. And that is taken by the keeper. Forbes has to go for 3.
Some great bowling there from Tector, and it was a build-up that created that wicket, but disappointing. Well, Forbes will be disappointed with that. It's a ball she probably could have left. As we see here, moving away, and she's played really hard at it, thrown her hands really hard at that ball.
Yeah, we just talked about leaving the ball. You know, if Rebecca Stokel had played a shot and then it indicated she should have left it, and you know, we get the fact we're in the power play, but you know, only chasing 30 here, 2 wickets down already. A little bit of patience, possibly.
For sure. And Sarah Forbes has had a season of going quite hard at the ball to good success, reasonably good success. So it's just maybe flicking that switch and saying, okay, we're only chasing 129 for victory today. I can take my time. I can wait till there's no longer two slips in a gully. The ball's not moving to play that shot.
Yeah, it's not as if she hadn't had any warning, because Tector's been bowling in that channel and trying to move it away towards the fielders behind the wicket, but she's succumbed, gone for 3, and that has brought Laura Delaney out to the middle to face Tector.
She's done exactly what we've been asking the batters to do.
I mean, not just as you're, obviously it could change, but there's a first ball, immediately just taking a look, having a good sighter about what's happening out there. That's your international experience.
And Tector's a very different bowler to Maguire. She's not giving you anything you're not expecting at the moment. She's not going to bowl on your legs because she's got no fielders there. She doesn't bowl slower balls this early in the innings. So you can almost plan if the ball, you know that it's going to be that line.
And even that one, just exactly it. She was almost in leave mode before the ball was even bowled. She's going to have a look at it here.
Yep.
Get the pace early. As we mentioned earlier, not had much cricket recently.
She's so stubborn, Laura Delaney, about her wicket. She's not going to give it away easily.
Well, that's actually a trait that some of the girls could really pick up on. That your wicket's important. You know, sometimes you just think we'll just go out and hit a few shots, but your wicket's important, and just really valuing it, making sure you're not giving it away.
I agree. I remember playing against some international players from other countries who will be playing club cricket when they're back home, and they'll get out early and there'll be bats thrown and there'll be doors kicked in, which I'm not advocating is the right way to go, but it means so much to them. And they'll do anything to not lose their wicket. And I feel like without the aggressive actions, Laura Delaney's one of those people where it doesn't matter what game she's playing, she stubbornly is not going to lose a wicket, as we see a potential of a bit of mind games here from Delaney. She wants to throw Tector off her rhythm. Tector's been metronomic with her accuracy. She's been in command, and Delaney is trying to throw her off here.
To be fair, it's good stuff from Tector again. That's a wicket maiden. Really happy to let the ball go through outside the off stump. A wicket maiden for Tector. Have a look at those figures. 3 overs gone. She's taken 1 for 2. And Typhoons, real struggle at the start here. 13 for 3. It's not a big chase, but certainly that discussion between Stokel and Delaney, the 2 experienced players in the Typhoons lineup.
They're a brilliant bowling duo, aren't they? Maguire and Tector. Maguire with the change of pace, with a bit of movement away, doing plenty with the ball, and Tector with just banging that length over and over and over and over. Really hard to score off.
Maguire to continue. Still getting that little bit of movement. Going to take a guard again when the umpire's ready. Yeah, just having a wee look at that. Looks like she's taken
Middling off.
Middling off by the look of it.
Which I like for her. Jane Maguire moving the ball away. See if it changes Jane Maguire's plan.
Can't she move one back in now? It really would be
Great to see.
Terrific
from the
piece
bowler.
of bowling if she could move one back in just to take the pads. But that's kind of the sort of thing we were talking about with, not particularly Alice Tector, but you know, in that previous innings, that this is in-game thinking now. Rebecca Stokel probably batting off middle 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, but sees the ball moving away and immediately thinks, right, okay, I've got to get across my stumps a little bit more to negate that. Leaves that one alone.
Oh, that's right. You just can't let the bowler, you can't stand back and let the bowler stay in control. Even if you're under the pump like they are at the moment at 13 for 3. That must be Maguire's 10th false start.
Yeah, she'd be banned from the Olympics.
She would be.
A couple of went yesterday in the 100 metres for 1 false start.
Oh, wow.
Nicely played. Yeah, I just thought, I can't believe that. Like, you've trained 4 years and like 1 split second you go too early and you're gone.
It'd be devastating, wouldn't it?
You get a big red card and all now. Thank you.
Yeah, 4 years of training for that.
Yeah. At least if you get a duck here, first bowler, you can always come back next game.
That's it.
It's tough old school, that.
And I've always thought cricket was cruel, especially batting, but some of these sports are so much worse, aren't they?
You just look at it and think that's your whole 4 years down the pan.
And some brilliant performances for Ireland in recent days, and it's been great to see. And Team GB as well.
Yeah, we're doing well in Northern Ireland.
Yep, absolutely.
Reece yesterday. Oh, nicely hit again.
Rory's still in the game, isn't he?
Reece still in the game. He's still hanging around. Could be a tough ask today. Closes out the 7th. Yeah, but I think we've done really well. Ireland have done really, really well. So far, plenty to come still. The Olympics, but still plenty to come here at Oak Hill. Got a real game on our hands here now. We didn't think so probably 40 minutes ago. But a good start from the Scorchers bowlers. 13 for 3. Really, it'll be interesting to see here. You know, patience game from Delaney. We saw her leaving the first 5 deliveries there. Just having a look.
She'll be acutely aware that this is the partnership that really matters for the Typhoons. While they've got a lineup of batters that can do the job, these two are the most experienced and the ones that will want to take it on themselves.
Nicely bowled again. So impressed with Tector here. Really just bowling consistently. That's been the step up in the Super Series over the past few years. It's been the consistency of the bowling for certain. It's been the most impressive move. And just being able to bowl on or outside that off stump.
You're so right. In the past, it was a case of a lot of the time just waiting for the bad ball to score off. And now, especially with the likes of Tector and how she's been bowling, you're not getting any loose deliveries, and you have to find a way.
That's just so important when we're moving up into international cricket, because obviously, by its very definition, it's much more difficult to do that, and it'll improve the batting standards as well. There's that short ball. Excellent piece of bowling there.
It's a brilliant change-up.
You can definitely see that Laura Delaney wasn't expecting that. Probably in a few overs' time, when she's got the pace of the pitch, she'd have probably looked to pull that into the leg side, but it definitely surprised her there.
That's very well bowled. Just showing Delaney that you have that. She's someone who does like to go forward. And she's back on that back of a length. The next ball.
Yeah, it's really good signs here. Especially looking forward, as you do look forward then. You know, she's going to be bowling to players of this class. If she does get picked for Ireland, this is the sort of level she's got to bowl at.
Sure, and there'll be a lot of lessons learned in those series if she is able to get her first cap. Especially to the likes of England and players that have played at that level. But we can see that Laura Delaney, who is so experienced, is 1 off 10. And regardless of what the required run rate is, she's someone who likes to score. She likes to show that she's at her best all the time. So she'll no doubt have that in the back of her mind, even though she'll have a few conflicting things in her mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's going to bring Rebecca Stokel down to face Tector for the first time, and again she's going to take a guard, probably of middling off, so looking to get across the stumps again. Same thing, Tector will be looking to bowl channel, swinging away. Just like that.
And this is a battle I'm looking forward to seeing. Stokel likes to go very hard at the ball, isn't one to leave 5 or 6 balls in a row.
That was very full. Trying to just work that up into the offside, but you can see the shape. Just swinging away. Half-hearted appeals, really. Hope more than anything. But again, just a single. I've gone through 4 overs, 1 for 3. I'm not sure what the chat would have been in the mid-innings, but whatever it is, it's worked here for the Scorchers. Bowling in tandem here. Run rate of just 1.75. It's not a concern really for the Typhoons in terms of the overall game, but just as an individual sort of game, just the 8 overs gone, 14 for 3. Inquiring again.
Knowing Laura Delaney, I think it will bother her if she's 1 off 15 for herself. She's got a big series coming up. She knows that she's one of the best players out there, and she'll want to show everyone that she is. So,
yeah, we talked about the bowling, but you know, you want to get out there in the middle and bat as well. Spend some time in the middle, but also contribute. That's nicely bowled. So she'll want to play this at the same tempo she would normally do, despite the fact that she understands that this is a crucial partnership. She'll still want to play at a good tempo. And I think if she can get one away here, it might just make her feel a little bit better. That could be it. Oh, nicely fielded.
It's great fielding there. And that's the ball that Delaney was after. She's so strong through there, but just didn't quite manage to get all of it.
It's Sophie McMahon there, got across with her left hand. Good piece of fielding. All these little things can contribute. Just drifted into that leg side, possibly what we're talking about, trying to target the stumps that Stokel's moved across.
McMahon's typically someone you'd see at mid-on or mid-off, so it's strange to see her there. Cover, making the position her own though. Great stop there with the left hand. McMahon had an unfortunate incident a few years ago in club cricket. She showed great bravery to get herself back. It was getting a bit dark, had the ball flying towards her right in front of her head. A catch at mid-off went through her hands and hit her in the face. She had to get extensive dental work done, and it was really impressive how psychologically she came back so quickly.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that because you're talking about mid-on and mid-off. The girl who's at mid-on at the minute, Niamh McNulty, she was at that game on Wednesday in North County, and she was at long on at the time. I counted maybe 3 or 4 different times where the ball was hit out to her, Prendergast Hunter, and the ball was coming on that half volley where it's really difficult to decide, you know, do I go forward and try and stop it, or do I sit back? And every time she really took the ball cleanly, it was almost one of those things where you're sitting in the commentary box wincing, thinking, oh, that's gonna hurt. And she really did well on at least 3 or 4 occasions. And her fielding this year actually has been excellent. I remember doing that T20 game down in Malahide where the ball just seemed to travel every single time to her. She's been good in the field, Niamh McNulty.
She has been.
There you go.
Bold. And there it is. Stokel typically isn't content with leaving the ball and not playing her shots, and we see it there. It's either all or nothing for Rebecca.
Very much so.
Just want to get her feet moving a little bit more. Tector moving the ball away. But back on McNulty, she's fielded in the ring a lot in club cricket and has proven that she's great there as well. It's a great shot.
We've seen a real contest here. That Tector's really been putting it up to the batters. That time, Stokel's able to work it through mid-on, as you can see with that guard she's taken outside the normal middle. She's worked that off stump through the mid-on area. Really nice shot. You can see those sponsor signs are still up down there. They're slashed again on the offside.
They're obviously well made to be able to withstand this wind, because it is very windy out there.
Yep. This is the Evoke Super Series, don't forget. And we're closing out today for the 2024 season. Dragons with the T20 trophy. Despite the fact they've only got 128 today, Scorchers are probably picking up this Evoke Super50. Like to finish with a win. Nicely bowled again from Tector.
I'm seeing very different approaches to Tector's bowling from the two batters here. Delaney is content to let the ball go and forcing Tector to become a little bit more attacking with the line if she wants to threaten the bat. And Stokel's creating potentially more risk but more reward with going at the ball hard.
Yeah, it's a really interesting contrast at the minute. High back lift. Delaney, you can see. There you go. That's exactly what you're talking about, Celeste. She's lost the patience there a little bit, Tector, and that she's just tried to bowl the ball a lot straighter. Delaney has basically said, well, if you want me to play a shot, you got to come to me. And she did so, and Delaney's able to work it on the leg for one.
And I like that approach from Delaney. She's got a lot more freedom to play that way when they're only chasing 129. She's got the single she was after.
That's got through. And it's going to run down to the boundary again. Nice timing from Stokel, you have to say. Although she's played a few very shots outside the off, when she has made connections, she's timed the ball better than anybody today. Beats Leah Paul and goes down to the boundary for 4. Another boundary, and certainly the most expensive over so far from Tector. That one going for 10. A couple of boundaries in it. This breaks the shackles a little bit for the Typhoons. They go through their power play, and they've finished that power play at 26 for 3. Stokel on 16. Delaney on a very circumspect so far 3. Celeste's just taking a little break, and I'm delighted to be welcoming back Isabel Joyce back into the comm box.
Thanks, Ali. Been watching in the background intently. We're closing in on the tea break, so I think that's something that will be playing on Laura Delaney's mind. She won't want to give anything away before that break. The Scorchers 33 for 2 in their power play, so it's not too big a difference. But I think the Typhoons need these two to do the bulk of the scoring if possible.
Yep, she's been very watchful. Perfectly understandable. Here we see Amy Maguire, and again we saw almost a replica of the first innings when Leah Paul came down to the spinner.
It's an interesting decision first up, but Amy Maguire coming into the attack to want to come down the pitch.
Difference was she was able to bail out. Oh, again, that's just taken a wee bit there as Maguire. A little bit of grip there.
She's judged the pace of the wicket straight away here, Amy Maguire. Can bowl quite quick spinners, but she's taking a little bit of pace off. A nice up and over the top, getting good dip, and we just saw there a nice bit of turn as well. Slip going in as a reward for that turn that she's just shown she can get.
I think she's been hit outside off, but it's a really strange opening here against the left arm spinner from Delaney. She's been so circumspect against Tector, watching the ball, just letting it go through. So far in this over, we've seen her come down the track, leading the edge, and then that. And would you believe that's 4th ball? She's gone. Well, that's terrific bowling from Amy Maguire. Over the top there of Laura Delaney, and she's got her wicket. She's gone for 3 from 21. It's 26 for 4.
She's completely worked her over there. Laura Delaney looking to come down, then she's looking for a scoop, then she looked to get on the back foot and play through the offside. There was a complete lack of patience from her there. And I think she'll be disappointed when she looks back on that over at how she's gone about things. Yeah, she's gone for 3 from 21. That will be tea. This is exactly what they didn't want going into the tea break, is a wicket like this, but Amy Maguire has come on and bowled superbly. Nice bit of drift into the leg stump, and that's the mistake there, going onto the back foot. Far too full, far too straight. Gives away her stumps and gives away her wicket, Laura Delaney.
Yeah, just really strange there in terms of what we watched against Tector. She was so watchful against Alice Tector and seemed to be settling in for the rest of the innings, and then as soon as Maguire came on there, seemed to be completely in 2 minds. And you saw that with that shot. There's your line-up, and it does not make good reading for the Typhoons, as I say. Just tasting 129. 3, 4, in fact, single-figure scores. 3, 4, 0 and 3. Forbes gone to Tector. Robin Searle was bowled by a slower ball from Maguire. John O'Loughlin, poor shot really, was caught by Paul. And just that last ball there, Laura Delaney in 2 minds, bowled by Amy Maguire for 3. The not out batter is Rebecca Stokel on 16. She's been the only one really that seems to have been able to time the ball. And after 10.4 overs, it's 26 for 4.
The bowling's been excellent from the Scorchers, just the 3 used. Amy Maguire, 4 deliveries in her over before the tea break, has gone for no runs and has taken the wicket. Tector and Maguire both impressive as well, both going for just 13 in their 5 overs so far. Maguire 2 wickets to her name, while Tector got just the 1. So it's excellent reading if you're a Scorchers fan, but not so good if you're a Typhoons fan.
Yeah, there's your summary. As I say, we're going into the tea break here because the Scorchers were bowled out within just over 36 overs, 36.1 for 128. A quick turnaround in the innings break, but it's been all Scorchers since then. Typhoons 4 down for just 26. As Isabel says, good bowling from the Scorchers, from the two Maguires and Sector. So we're going to take a little break here in the innings, and it should be a fascinating second innings. I'd love you to join us then when the Typhoons will be chasing 103 more runs from 39.2 overs. We'll have a 30-minute break. And as I say, it'd be lovely for you to join us then to see the final innings in this Super Series 50 season. Okay, welcome back to Oak Hill. Very blustery Oak Hill. A few people out in their bobble hats and baseball hats getting blown off here today. It is, as I say, quite blustery. A little bit of a different game here today with the Scorchers bowled out within 36 overs. So the Typhoons opened their innings for just over 10 overs. We then had the mid-innings break. So the situation that we have at the minute in this final Evoke Super Series game of the season, Scorchers scoring 128, but the Typhoons in a little bit of difficulty here. 26 for 4 now with the wicket of Leah Paul just before that break. So they require 103 runs more to win this game. Amy McGuire going to continue. I have Isabel Joyce beside me here. After lunch there, Izzy, we're all set for the last little spell of the Super Series season.
Yeah, you can really see a team that's found it difficult to win against a team that's found it much easier to win. Typhoons looked in a really good position, but you know, losing is a habit, unfortunately, and they haven't won a game in this Evoke Super50 Cup. They're playing for a bit of pride out here today, and the Scorchers know that they have the trophy in the bag already, so they're playing with a little bit more assurance. 26 for 4 after 11 now. That was just the 2 remaining deliveries in the over that Amy McGuire, her first over. She got the wicket of Laura Delaney in that over. So big scalp. Definitely not something that Laura Delaney will be pleased about going into that Sri Lanka series. Ava Canning is the new batter out at number 6. And I think because we had tea, Alice Tector allowed to bowl on now. She's had enough of a break, you would think. I'm not sure. She's bowled 5 overs.
Yeah.
So what is it, 6, 7 at her age you're allowed to bowl on the trot?
Well, that was the thing that we got caught out with that in North County on Wednesday there, because she'd had a break, but it wasn't a long enough break to bowl from that end then, so she wasn't allowed to come back on. She had all set, she had her run up marked out, and glasses were handed to the umpire, and then the umpire checked it and said no, she can't actually bowl. It happened on 2 or 3 occasions also with Dave McNulty, wasn't able to come back as well. But on this occasion, Tector can bowl, and she's back on her rhythm again. As I say, I've been really impressed, as I said, with Celeste earlier about how she stuck to so patient in her lines and lengths here. Happy to just bowl in the same sort of area with that short ball she threw in earlier, which really surprised Laura Delaney. I've been really impressed with her so far.
Just a little bit too straight on that occasion, and the extra pace will help that go all the way to the boundary. Stokel really needs to do the bulk of the scoring here, and she gets up and running after the tea break with a boundary.
And we had a bit of a chat, and a consensus kind of in that break was that the Scorchers were well on top and may go on. I have a slight little feeling for the Typhoons here, I think. You mentioned there about them playing for a little bit of pride. I think that might come through here. Maybe see them trying it over the line. One partnership here. I get that wicket of Delaney was a big one. Just think that Rebecca Stokel might just see this through for the Typhoons, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, not a lot of experience to come for the Typhoons, so you really feel like the bulk of the scoring has to be done not only by these 2, but really in particular Rebecca Stokel. 20 from 21, so she's someone who's almost at 100% strike rate, which we haven't really seen much of today at all. Changing the field there for that 4th delivery, one of the slips coming out and going into the leg side for Rebecca Stokel. She'll be working hard to try and force more of them out. Just the one fielder in covers at the moment, so a big gap through extra cover if Stokel gets the length she wants, but of course that brings the slips in. So a risk-reward situation. A little bit of a mix-up. Ava Canning wanted the single, but Stokel sends her back. They definitely don't want to run out. That would be costly in the extreme.
Most definitely. That run out, we saw 2 run outs for the Scorchers, which just stalled their momentum as well. Definitely don't want to be giving any wickets away.
There's that gap. She hasn't got a great contact on it, so it's probably only going to be one. Claire Webber sliding around and saving it. So single to close out the 12th over. 31 for 4.
Yeah, just in terms of the, probably as we get towards the end of the women's season here in the Super Series, we've obviously had the T20 and now this 50 over Cup. I mean, it's definitely, there'd be no doubt that it's developed over the years. The standard is improving year on year. A little bit of talk about possibly introducing another team, even getting the 4th team and replicating what the men's do now. They've brought the Munster Reds in, and it's helped, and it would really help the game if there were 4 teams. Obviously it might dilute the quality a little bit.
And we'll go back to that. I just want to point out the run rate is currently 2.58 and the run rate required is 2.58, so
yeah, good spot. Good
sorry.
spot that.
But yeah, no, look, a 4th team would be brilliant. I mean, what I would love, and I don't think that we can quite do it because we rely so heavily on the under-19 players, but an under-19 team.
Yeah, that's what I was going to come to. If you could get like an academy sort of team in there. I see that in the, it's a quick single. See that in the future series for the men's. They've brought in an academy team to play alongside the emerging Warriors and Knights and so on.
Yeah, last year for the emerging women's series it was an Irish under-17 team that was in alongside the 3 emerging teams. I mean, that was actually really costly for Leinster because so many Leinster players were in that under-17 team, but I think maybe for this series it'd be great. Then you're bringing on leaders as well and giving them that experience. So if you had it, if we had managed to have it this year ahead of the Under-19 World Cup, that would have been a great way to kind of see who is going to stand up, in particular with bat in hand for the Under-19s.
Yeah.
Because the bowling seems, well, that's the top edge. It's a chance. Maguire underneath it takes it. So Maguire to Maguire. 5th wicket goes down. Ava Canning just throws the hands at it. Can't stay out in the middle with her captain. And the Typhoons lose their 5th. Canning goes without scoring from 3 deliveries. And Scorchers just continue where they left off in the rest of the competition, taking wickets 33 for 5.
Yeah, just taking wickets at regular intervals. So there'd been a bit of discussion that during the break, plenty of time to have a chat about plans. I don't think that would have been in the plan to go straight down the track and put it up in the air. Easy catch. Or Jane Maguire. Amy Maguire with the wicket. Another sort of wicket thrown away, really.
Yeah, really poor shot selection. It's far too wide outside off, not the right length, turning away from you. Ava Canning has been promoted up the order for the Typhoons. She probably doesn't quite have the experience required yet. Sarah Craig, a bit more experience actually in lots of ways with the bat. I'm surprised that Canning actually got in ahead of her in the order. Sarah Craig was one of the standouts at the Under-19 World Cup in South Africa. A very useful cricketer. So I think she's got much clearer game plan than Ava Canning. Well, watch me be proven wrong now, but that would have been my thinking if I'd been, the decision making for the Typhoons. I would have definitely had Craig, definitely ahead of Ava Canning, who's a bit more of a hitter.
Well, that's what you're talking about. There's really part of the game as well. It's having a plan when you go out and then trying to execute it. Let's have a look. See what Sarah Craig can do here. Obviously the plan will be, you've talked about skipper at the other end is going to be the mainstay here, you would think, but she can't do it all on her own. Got to be some support. Slip and play. Thrown outside the off stump, and Sarah Craig had to think about it.
I really feel for younger players now though, because you come into kind of top level cricket, there's so much focus on T20 cricket and attacking, and if you're coming in with a few balls to go, you're really trained to just play at everything. So to change that around, like that kind of shot there, is a poor decision from Zara Craig. So I've talked her up and she's gone without scoring, and she's taken less balls to do it than Ava Canning. So neither of them able to stick with forlorn looking Rebecca Stokel, who looks very frustrated in the foreground there. She just can't believe that nobody will stay out there with her. 6 wickets down now, the Typhoons, for just 34 runs, and you have to feel for the captain as she's been let down by her teammates, you'd have to say. Craig goes for none. Typhoons 34 for 6.
Yeah, right on cue of what you were talking about. Playing a shot of ball, really. And it's the technique and execution just not there at the moment. Very similar to the dismissal of Loughran rather earlier. And again, she's wearing 9. Leah Paul there in it. Mid wicket, left-handed. To her good hand. Takes the catch. Just a procession of wickets here really at the minute. And the Scorchers at half-time would have thought they were well behind this game, but come out. To be fair, they've bowled well. Bowled in good areas, but a couple of wickets really that been thrown away by the Typhoons.
Christel van der Skiff, Malahide CC, but also plays cricket in South Africa. She's a more than capable batter. There are lots of similar types of batters to the Typhoons. It can be difficult to come up with what the best order is. A quicker one wide outside off this time from Maguire. Also Lara McBride, someone that I think maybe they should have given her more of a role in this 50 over competition, much like Alice Tector has been for the Typhoon or for the Scorchers. She's a really promising batter with a good head on her shoulders. We saw her early on in the season in this competition with Rebecca Stokel, almost managed to come home against the Dragons because she just played within herself and had a good plan. Another really good over for Amy Maguire. 3 for 5 for her in her 2 overs so far. 13 overs gone, 36 for 6.
Yeah, we haven't really mentioned Amy Maguire really because there's been a break in between there. Her first over, she took a wicket in her first over. Then there was that half-hour break, of course, and then she's come back and she's taken 2 wickets there in that over, and those figures 3 for 5.
Yeah, 3 of those wides as well.
So it's really just difficult to fathom the plan here for the Typhoons. It's a low target. We mentioned low targets can be difficult, but they become even more difficult if they throw away wickets. They have done.
Yeah, just not willing to spend time at the crease.
But I think that's a good point you made about the T20, that it's just indoctrined into people now.
Yeah.
Get out in the middle, play shots.
That just shows the value of an innings like we saw from Alice Tector, because she scored 30 odd from 70 deliveries, and going at 50% strike rate. Okay, but it's a 50 over game, so if nobody else is willing to stick around, and she maybe got the pace of the wicket or recognised that 100 maybe they're not aiming for 130, maybe they're aiming for 180, but she recognised that and just batted time. Oh, well, Christel van der Skiff is struggling here. No footwork. He's playing at too many deliveries, you'd imagine, coming in here at 6 wickets down. 3 slips back in now with Stokel off strike. Bouncer, top edge. Now it's got enough on it to go over the wicketkeeper. Van der Skiff wants to come back. She does. Nice, another surprise there. Well directed, Bouncer.
Yeah, and if they're looking back on this game a little bit later on tonight, I know her brothers will be very, very pleased with that. They've been encouraging Alice to bowl a little bit of a shorter delivery every now and then, and watching that one, she's actually hurried on the skiff up a little bit there. As you said, more in terms of the surprise of it. It's a really useful delivery to have on the occasion that you use it. And then, beautiful piece of bowling. You have to say, it's excellent stuff from Tector. She's well pleased. A punch of the air with that one. Shorter ball up, hurried up Van der Skiff, and then pitches up and takes middle and leg. Nicely bowled indeed for Tector, and she's now got 2 for 20.
Van der Skiff gone for 3 from 5, and the Typhoons in real deep trouble now. 38 for 7. as Freya Sargent replaces Van der Skiff. A well-executed plan, this, because the bouncer, the previous delivery, has just got lead in the shoes of Van der Skiff. Didn't want to come forward. So Alice Tector recognised that could be the case, got it nice and full on the stumps, goes between the bat and the pad, and hits the middle of middle. So in terms of enjoyment of taking wickets, that would be right up there for the young fast bowler. Freya Sargent will be well aware of the talents of Alice Tector. They play in similar age groups. Sargent slightly older, but she will have played Alice Tector in lots of underage cricket as well as club cricket and in Interpro series as well.
You could see how pumped Alice Tector was about that one. It was a little bit of a plan, possibly to bowl the short ball and then go fuller again. It's just when a plan comes off it, you can just see in the fielders that just makes it a little bit more special when you've tried to do something and it comes off. And on that occasion, yeah, she's really pleased with that wicket. As we mentioned earlier with Celeste, just pull off there as this delivery comes in. And again, a little bit of a shorter one there. Yeah, as I was talking to Celeste, that will now mean that she is the top wicket taker this year. She got up to 13 wickets and will be the leading wicket taker in the series.
Great timing for that, because she's in that ODI squad for Ireland, top wicket taker in the competition, so she's putting her hand up and saying, I want a spot in the team. There's lots of jostling for position. Georgina Dempsey, of course, out of the squad because of injury, so that maybe opens up a little bit of a window for Tector. 14 gone, 38 for 7.
Well, there's your batting card. It's not going to make good reading at all. Just the one double figure score from the captain of 22 and a high score after that of 4.
Yeah, 3 ducks and 3 threes.
Not good reading. Roman Searle hit a boundary and then as far as she got, and then, as you say, 3 ducks and 3 threes, and that's not going to make a total that's going to win you too many cricket matches.
9 from 6 players.
So Stokel playing a lone hand here at the minute. And now what does she do? It's still a long way off.
I think because it's only 129 required, if I was batting now, I'd be looking to hit 2s, 4s, and then make sure it's 1 off the 5th or the 6th delivery. Except that's not what Stokel's doing. She's just taking a single. I have to say she should have just left that for a wide.
Probably could have left that for a free run. Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult game when the 15th over you're worried about exposing your partner, you know, and not taking singles. So got to put a little bit of trust in Freya Sargent, although given what she's experienced so far, it's maybe not surprising that she's not full of trust at the minute. Stokel, and that again is up in the air, and Gabby Lewis turns and is able to dive forward, behind rather, and take the catch, and another wicket goes. So unfortunately that single from Stokel proves calamitous again for the Typhoons, and a wicket's gone, and there's your 4th duck.
Well, Amy Maguire, good clever bowling. It's a trick that we've seen Freya Sargent use on occasion. This time she's fallen for it. The slower delivery draws her into a full shot. She loses her wicket for none. She has none for 3, adds to that duck tally for the Typhoons. 4 of them now, 39 for 8.
And we'll see it again. Just left arm around, just trying to pull it into the leg side, but again, an injudicious shot there, and Gabby Lewis is athletic enough to turn quickly and get back to effect the catch, and it's going to be Lara McBride who's coming in well down the order here.
Yeah, out at number 10. I mean, it is one of those things with these Super Series teams that nearly everyone bats and bowls, because they do both skills for their clubs. But Lara McBride for me is the out and out batter. Out of probably the last 5 that we've seen, she's actually a top order batter. Opens the batting for the Hills. Not a big hitter of the ball, very much a skillful player. Hope I don't give her commentator's curse
But I
again.
mean,
but
that's what they're crying out for. They're crying out for a
50 over
little
cricket.
bit of skill and just work the bowling.
Yeah.
And it seems to be the last 4 or 5 have tried to hit the ball around the park, or as opposed to looking a little bit of skill, a little bit of cricket and nice.
2.5 required an over, and you got 35 overs. Why not just stick out there with your captain for a while?
Just quietly, Amy Maguire is on the verge of a 5 for here within 3 overs.
Wow.
It's quite remarkable.
Really poor cricket from the Typhoons, it has to be said. She's bowled well, but they've been handing her things.
Yeah, she hasn't been turning it square and ripping it, and it's been unplayable.
Oh, well, that's an
nicely
excellent
bowled.
delivery.
That was really nicely bowled.
It felt like the wind just got up there for a second and helped that drift in that little bit more, didn't it? Not the most assured looking forward defence I've ever seen.
He's bowling a really good length, and that you can see, you saw it with Lord Delaney, the more experienced player earlier, but girls are not sure whether to go forward or back at the minute and getting caught in 2 minds. So that's kudos to the bowler.
A couple of wides in the over, just messing the figures up somewhat for Amy Maguire. Also, that single off the first delivery from Stokely, who really has to think about her game plan now if she does manage to have Lara McBride out there as her partner come the end of the over. It offered her the single, but she doesn't manage to find the gap. Brilliant over from Amy Maguire. She has 4 for 8 and 3 now. 15 overs gone, 41 for 8.
Yeah, sorry, Izzy, I was just going to mention, just as you were talking on that subject, the one little area on Wednesday that we discussed. Amy Hunter batted beautifully for 130 that game and was taking her team home. But whenever it got to a situation like this, when there were 7, 8, 9 down, kind of didn't read it a little bit, and that she was taking singles off every first ball of every over, when really could have manipulated the strike a little bit better. May well have got her team over the line then, because she was playing so well.
Yeah.
But it was just giving up 1, and then it was 5 dots, and then couldn't get back on strike. And things like that. So just little things like that, maybe.
I think it's a case of not wanting to make it look like you think that someone else isn't good, but that's that's part of cricket. You're batting at number 10 and 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 for a reason. It's not a reflection on you directly. When you're in the team, probably for something else.
And the idea was, and that was a key game, obviously, in terms of the tournament. Pretty much sorted it out for the Scorchers, but the Dragons had won, they would have lifted the trophy. So just a little bit of Stokely cutting that ball into a gap. Claire Webber comes round, does the fielding. Steve McNulty has come on to bowl.
Yeah, short and wide from McNulty. She does have protection out there, so she's keen not to get too straight, just the deep backward square and then mid-wicket and mid-on the onside. Took 4 wickets in that game on Wednesday, and it was pretty decisive in actually how the game finished up. They're going to take that slip out now, add another point in. She's going to move her third a little bit finer. So it is one of those games that we could be here for another couple of hours, or it could be just a couple of minutes. 2 straight from McNulty there. So from McMahon, quick across the ground in the deep. Someone who's just struggled with injuries constantly, it feels like, for the last 12, 18 months. Sophie McMahon just can't get a good run on the season or any series.
Yeah, such a good cricketer too. If she could get back to full fitness, she'd certainly be pushing back again, back internationally.
Yeah, and disappointing for her that she was run out today, because she was looking pretty good. Lots of players have looked nervous when they've been out in the middle, struggled, because to be fair, the bowling's been excellent.
Yeah.
Fielding as well. I always think the batting is the last skill to come up. So the fielding and the bowling has really come up in the Super Series, in particular this year. We used to see lots of catches being put down, even as late as last year, but it's definitely much more difficult to get going than, say, when I was playing Super Series way back when.
It's a little bit way back when's a little bit poor now, going way back when.
2018, the last Super Series.
There you go.
6 years now.
It's not too bad.
I'm one of the few players who got to only have one team.
Yep. Yeah,
Never
checking. Are
changed.
you still holding a few records for that team?
Oh, really?
Partnerships, yeah. You got a few. Yeah. Well, you're talking about my career. That's my club career. That's quite a while ago. That's quite a while ago.
Another change in the field. Square leg goes out, fine leg moves round. Brilliant to have Amy Maguire in that point position, especially when Lara McBride is batting. That's such a strong hitting area for her. McNulty, after a couple of doubles early in the over, just goes for single then later on, 5 from it. After 16, the Typhoons 46 for 8.
Yeah, we'd had a bit of a discussion earlier on about bringing in a fourth team. If that's not going to be a thing, you know, for Super Series, how do we improve it? I mean, obviously we've seen the Dragons come along this year with a few more northern-based players in there, and Northwest bringing a few more as well, and it's good to see them doing so well. But for example, I mean, they've got the best cricketer in the country up in the Dragons now, and they've also got a lineup now, a bowling lineup which is almost international. So is it just tweaking it and moving players around again, or is it just one of those things that the Typhoons haven't won games because they haven't played well?
Yeah, and I think Laura Delaney not playing is huge. So in cricket, more than a lot of other sports, your best player is worth 2 or 3 nearly in some ways. So Orla Prendergast bats, bowls, fields for the Dragons, so she's massive for them. They also have Amy Hunter, so arguably the 2 most destructive batters. Gabby Lewis hasn't had as strong a season, so it'd be those 3 are the most destructive, whereas Laura Delaney normally is the most has the best application. That's a big appeal, but I think it's at the bat. If it hadn't hit the bat, she was in trouble. So yeah, getting the balance is tough for the Typhoons. They probably have too much of a samey type feel to their team. They don't have lots of variation within their bowling attack or even their batting lineup, so that could be something they need to fix. And then overseas players, haven't worked out for them, so that's been something that's been lacking for them. That their overseas players have been injured or whatever has happened to them. This one evading Christina Coulter-Riley, just didn't read the line very early there. Moved far too late. Something that she's got to work on, I think, as she's a new wicketkeeper in the game. But yeah, I think the overseas players and then just the diversity within the team just not quite there is what's cost them, and the Delaney factor. Yeah,
there have been a few things that haven't helped, and as you mentioned earlier, just getting on a losing streak doesn't help either. That could be close.
Just outside leg, I think it's pitched just outside leg maybe, but it's definitely worth a shout. She just needs to be careful pushing that front foot across towards the off stump. Lara McBride needs to lead with her head rather than her foot. And have a look there. Yeah.
Just playing around the front pad a little bit.
Yeah. And when you have that drift that you have there from Amy Maguire, it's important that you go forward with your head rather than your foot. Uppish, but manages to miss the fielder. There'll be at least a couple here. I think one of the other things that's paid off really well for the Scorchers is that they're going to take on the throw of Jane Maguire. That's brave. Well run from Lara McBride. Good awareness. Isn't that's paid off for the Scorchers? They probably have the 3 breakthrough under-19s in their team: Alice Tector, Amy Maguire, and Niamh McNulty. And then they also have Ellie McGee, who's taken up leg spin, so that's been big for them. Whereas Typhoons, their underage players, haven't been quite as incisive. Lara McBride aside with her spin bowling.
Oh, that's in the air, and there is your fifer. You just mentioned her, Amy Maguire, one of the most talented underage players we've got in the country. She's taken the wicket that may well close this game out. That's her 5th wicket in just 3.5 overs. Really a quite sensational spell from Maguire. Talking about pushing for international call-ups. She's sticking her hand up here. Such a young age. She's bowled really well. Okay, the Typhoons have given a few wickets away, but she's bowled really well today, and that's her fifer.
Yeah, Stokel goes for 29. She just didn't have anyone going with her, so she's trying to be circumspect. Turns the bat on that one. Usually you'd see her just whacking that away, but gets the leading edge. Just doesn't have the execution she would have wanted. She goes for 29, and the Typhoons, well, they're almost done. 55 for 9. Alice Walsh, the new batter, out. And we're talking about the batting line of Alice Walsh is, top order batter as well. But again, very much a T20 batter. Wouldn't have much experience in the 50-over game.
I wonder if we can go back to when we just came back after the drinks break, and I said I fancied the Typhoons here. I thought they might get over the line today. I was pretty much the only one who thought so, and I don't know much about this game really. It's been more of the same since the break.
Well, Heatley said that he reckoned the Scorchers were going to run away with it, and he's been the one proven most correct. End of that one. 5 wickets for Amy Maguire. Just 4 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, most of which have been wides, and the 5 wickets. So she's had an incredible spell for the Scorchers. After 17, Typhoons 55 for 9. We're showing you those figures not because her spell is over, just because she's taken 5 wickets. She's assuming that Niamh McNulty doesn't take a wicket this over, which is a bold assumption, I suppose. She's the opportunity to take 6.
I don't think you're getting the ball out of her hands. She's not going to be coming off anyway, so it'll all be down to whether or not we can see this over. Lara McBride on strike.
A big appeal, but I think that's going down leg. What you do get with Alice Walsh is really good running between the wickets, clean hitting. She likes to play freely. Not really the conditions for that, but it's usually bright and breezy.
She's about to face her first delivery from this end. Nicely in behind.
A good length that from Niamh McNulty, just a hard length and keeping it within the stump. So if Alice Walsh wants to score, she'll find it difficult. She holds the bat really far down the grip as well, Alice Walsh, so gives you an idea of the type of swing that she wants to play.
Oh, that's right off middle stump. Opened up that offside.
I mean, that's an example of exactly what we're talking about, though. It's 50 over cricket. That's a good delivery on middle stump. You're on naught. Just step forward and block it.
Defend it.
Don't be trying to take it off the stumps and hit it through a packed offside field. Everyone up on the single. Is it catching extra cover? There's 2 covers on the ring and a point.
Yeah, keen to get off the mark, let's say.
Yeah, and Alice would be in the under-19 setup, so they're going towards a T20 World Cup, so all of their training would be towards T20. There's not a lot of getting on the bowling machine for an hour and just blocking the ball.
Yeah.
All dug out.
Yeah, watched that one well. Yeah, a couple of squads picked. Our under-19s, our under-15s, as you say, our under-18s looking ahead towards the World Cup, and good signs for that from what we're talking about here. You've just mentioned the 3 Scorchers who are under-19, so in a couple from the other 2 teams as well, and they've also played that couple of matches against Jersey earlier in the season where they performed well, so good signs for the under-19s. Hopefully that certainly in the bowling side of things, I think
Yeah.
we're pretty stacked in the bowling. We would like to see them scoring, upwards of 100, 140, 50, and like to see that
Yeah.
at times. But certainly in the bowling, we're looking good.
Yeah, the batting's where we're maybe a little bit short. There's still time for people to work on that. They're so young. It's another 6 months till that tournament in Malaysia. It's either in January or February. Not certain on that, but it's coming up. And Annie McGee as well. We haven't seen her yet, but she's a useful leg spinner. So the Scorchers have 4 of them.
She's going to get the chance. Is Amy Maguire for that 6-wicket haul? Here she comes. That's in the air. Oh, and it just drops short of Leah Paul. He makes a bit of a meal of that, let's say.
She's never short of a bit of melodrama, Leah Paul. Look at her there on the right of the screen. She's ready and waiting for the catch. And here, have a look. This tumble. That's.
Yeah, dear.
If she wasn't a cricketer, she could be an actress.
Brilliant. I thought you were going to go with footballer there.
Very good hockey player. I'm not sure about the soccer.
Yeah.
She's edging closer and closer, I think. A little bit of width, but all she can do is find Una Raymond Hoey in close there. Interesting to see if Una Raymond Hoey manages to squeeze into the playing 11 coming up in the T20s and or the ODIs. A little tickle. Gabby Lewis looking to bring out some soccer skills of her own. Didn't manage to catch hold of it. So a couple to the score.
Yeah, obviously brought back in here. Return here to the Scorchers team. Hasn't really scored heavily enough to say definitely pick me. But given her CV, you would say she's got a chance. But you'd have wanted to score a couple of 40s and 50s and say, look, I'm banging form here.
Oh, well, that was clever bowling. Alice Walsh will get down for a bye. Yeah, it's definitely, it would have made things a lot easier for the selectors had she scored. Yeah. I mean, not even heavily, just at all. It's been slim pickings. She did make a good score in the club game, I think, last week, but I'm not sure that any club scores come into their thinking when they're selecting.
Yeah.
It's very much focused on the Super Series, and it's much better from Alice Walsh, just knocking that one down.
She can't get her 6th, Amy Maguire.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet. Yeah, we talked about, I actually was talking about it on Wednesday when Amy Hunter came to the crease. Not through a lack of anything other than she hasn't played, missed a couple of games for the Dragons, but everybody else in that top order was getting runs. Orla Prendergast 100, and Gabby had a couple of hundreds. Rebecca Stuggles got runs. Leah Paul's also got runs, and Amy Hunter hadn't actually scored a big total in the Super Series. And I just sort of said when she came to the crease, this was a big innings for the tournament, but also for her. She went out and got 139 and basically said, well, I'm banging form here. So all of the top order, and it's just trying to fit somebody in there that's also in form, and it's hard to see anybody really knocking the door down. So, but that's what we want. We want the selectors to have to make a selection. It's not just, well, there's 1 to 11, we're done.
But it's also if something happens to one of them that there's someone there. Jane Maguire switches end, replaces Nee McNulty. She's going to bowl her cutters. You got Gabby Lewis in catching there, a mid-wicket as well. Well, the other thing is, if let's say Laura Delaney, who we saw play today for the first time in a long time, if she wasn't available, that you have a top quality batter to come in and replace her. You want there to be competition for places. Yes, you want a settled team, but you also don't want people to feel so comfortable they don't work hard enough or feel they have to score runs. That's a nice shot. It's just taken a poor bounce for Amy Maguire. Clean connection means that one will go all the way for McBride's first boundary.
Well, I think that shot you're looking at there is just backing up what you were saying earlier about possibly 10's a little bit too low. In that, he's playing a nice cricket shot there. I'm trying to hit it too hard. Using the pace and gets the rewards with a bit of a difficult bounce for point.
Well, even that shot there, you can see she's left that on purpose, and we just don't see the younger batters. We don't see the batters of that generation having that knowledge. I think I don't know, but I think she watches a lot of cricket on television, and you learn that kind of stuff from watching and listening. And this generation, they don't watch any test cricket, they don't listen to that kind of tactical side. Looking to get off strike. She does like to play to third for singles, play into square leg for singles. So for me, I think, a little jaunt up the order like we'd seen from Alice Tector, maybe, like in hindsight, could the Typhoons have done something similar?
Yeah, just that point you make about watching cricket, that's a huge bugbear of mine. And with the kids I'm trying to coach here, we even tried to do a little thing with the World Cup about trying to give them a team that they could watch the team in the World Cup, the Men's World Cup, and try and follow the cricket a little bit more, just to watch games. And I just find a little bit how much you can learn through that. Just the boundary off that over, that takes it through to 20. I think I'll be back on again, so thanks Izzy, and Celeste is going to come back in here for the next little stint.
Could be little, could be large, we just don't know. How long will Lara McBride and Alice Walsh stick at things? They only need 2.2 and over to bring this game home, so it's definitely within their capabilities. It's even within their sights. They just need a further 66 runs from 30 overs for victory, and their current run rate is 3.15, so it's doable. It's a difficult task. So yes, welcome back Celeste. You've been gone for what seems like no time at all, but 6 wickets have fallen.
Thanks, Iz. Yes, a very eventful 10 overs there. Since I was last on the mic, you're completely right with that. In that it is in their sights. And usually when you've got 2 tail-enders in terms of the batting order today, you think the game's done and dusted, but these 2 can both bat very well. They both bat well for their clubs. They're by no means tail-enders in that sense. So whilst you'd be happy if you're a Scorcher, you'd be very happy if you're a Scorcher, there's still a chance for these 2 to put on a good partnership.
There's a glimmer. I think it's a glimmer because you've obviously got 1 wicket to play with, don't you? And you've got Amy Maguire with a 5 wicket haul already. He's got almost 5 overs left up her sleeve. Walsh, has she? Yes, that's it. Great catch from Una Raymond Hoey running backwards. We talk about there being a chance. Alice Walsh looks to take it over the offside, or over the leg side, sorry, playing against the spin and an outside edge. Balloons over. I thought she'd managed to find the gap, but Una Raymond Hoey has judged that to perfection, running backwards. Everything seeming to find the hand when it comes to the Scorchers. Everything going their way in the bowling innings, and Typhoons have come up well short of that required target for victory. So they do finish the Evoke Super50 Cup winless, the Typhoons, and this is how it finished.
And just after talking these 2 up, we've seen play against the spin, as is said, trying to hit to the leg side, and it's a very good catch there from Raymond Hoey to finish the game. Be very disappointed if you were a Typhoon. The game was set up for them to put in a good effort towards this chase, and they've managed to get themselves all out. 63 in 20 overs there, finishing the tournament winless.
Yeah, that's a disappointing return. I think they'll have to have a good think about how they approach things next season, because that's the end of the Evoke Super Series for 2024. The Scorchers they'd won it before today, but they've got daylight between them and the Dragons now with that victory. They won by 65 runs, and not a 50-over game to remember, because neither team was able to stick at their batting innings with any great conviction.
Batters were certainly not the winners today. And that said, there's been some brilliant bowling from both sides there. The bowlers really stood up, used the conditions well, and gave the batters a lot of work to do.
Yeah, not enough application by the batters, save Alice Tector, who, in hindsight, it looks like she played a gem of a knock. 30 odd from her, coming in at number 3. And Yeah, how important that was. I mean, she performed so well with the ball, but it was with the bat where she's made the biggest contribution. 34 from 70. Paul, a useful knock of 20 from 40 before she lost the head against McBride. Coulter Riley looked good as well, especially when she was running between the wickets with Tector. She went for 13. And just handy little knocks of 11 from McMahon and Webber. McMahon unlucky with her 11 not to go on. She was run out. And Amy Maguire at the end, 7 from 9. All those little knocks just adding impetus to their innings that just didn't come for the Typhoons. They finished 36.1 overs. They were all out for 128.
And there wasn't a huge amount of high scoring partnerships throughout the innings, but just enough to get a decent total on the board. So 29 between Tector and Paul, and 41 between Tector and Coulter Riley. And as is said, a few contributions from the lower order when they really needed them most. That partnership of 17 there and the other partnership of 10, they all added up to allow them to get a score that was able to put pressure on the Typhoons.
I think they would have been happy with their bowling performance, the Typhoons. They would have felt like they were on top come the halfway mark. 2 wickets each for McBride, Sargent and Canning. 1 each as well for Craig and Van der Skiff. Delaney bowled well, though she was wicketless. There were 2 run-outs during her second spell, not for 11 from 4. Forbes was the only expensive bowler. She went for 20 in her 2 overs. But overall, they would have been pleased with how they fielded, with run-outs and catches, and dismissing the Scorchers just inside the 37th over.
We've got one of the more disappointing batting cards that we've seen in this competition for a while here, with Stokel 29 being the only real person to score over double figures there. McBride looked quite handy towards the end of the innings, but it was far too late for her to have much of an impact on the game. Stokel with her 29 ran out of partners and was under pressure the whole time throughout her innings, wasn't able to find someone to bat with her at the other end.
Yeah, 63 all out there, and a 6-wicket haul for Amy Maguire meant that no partnerships could get going. Just Stokel and Delaney came together for 13, but only Stokel and McBride had a higher partnership with 16. So it's not happy reading. Nobody really came together and showed themselves to have any application.
But on the contrary, the Scorchers will be very happy with this bowling result. Maguire started off extremely well, 2 for 17. Alice Tector showed us that she can bowl short balls, mix up a length, and was very impressive with her 2 for 20. Amy Maguire was the bowler of the day, however, taking 6 for 19 off her 5.3. We don't see too many 6-wicket hauls these days, so this is very, very great performance from Amy Maguire, and Neve McNulty just the 2 overs there for 5.
Yeah, they dismissed the Typhoons for just 63 runs in the 21st over, in a game to forget for the Typhoons. Well, the Scorchers, they're champions of the Evoke Super 50 Cup, and that's why they can score a total of just 128 and defend it, and dismissed the Typhoons and winning by 65 runs. It was the bowlers who came out the trumps on the day. 6 wickets for Maguire and 2 each for Tector, Maguire, McBride, Canning and Sargent. But the top run scorer of the day, Tector, has been the difference between the two teams as the Scorchers win today's match and the trophy. They've won today by 65 runs, and the Evoke Super 50 Cup by 4 points. So thank you so much for joining us for our coverage today for the Evoke Super 50 Cup. Do make sure you join us again as Ireland face Sri Lanka very shortly. On the 11th and 13th are the T20s, and then make sure you're with us as well for this on the 16th, 18th and 20th for the ODIs. The Super 50 trophy winners for 2024 are the Scorchers. Join us again next week for international fixtures. From us here from HBV, from myself, Celeste and Ali, it's good evening and good night.